with a medal. Rajko Hrvat's probably going to be the man to do it. He's in the lightweight single for Slovenia, so we can look forward to his heat, which is at 10:45 later today. He's lined up against some strong competition, but on the home water here with the Slovenian fans, I think just about every volunteer out there will be looking forward to that race. And your son is boat holding up there at the start. Maybe he'll be in lane 1 holding Rajko's boat.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully, and it's a really, for all the volunteers, I think it's a big pleasure to be here, to be a part of such an event here in Slovenia. And we are really proud to host that kind of event again here in Bled, and to welcome all those excellent rowers from all Europe with some really renowned names. And it's really a great opportunity to show also from our side that we can manage to do some such big events also in continue.
Yeah, well, I can tell you what, we've all thoroughly enjoyed the hospitality of the Slovenian Rowing Federation, and I think we're all desperately excited for racing to start on this beautiful, I think it's one of the most beautiful courses, if not the most beautiful course in the world. We were chatting to some of the other nations earlier, and it's tough to choose a place that is more picturesque than Lake Bled here in Slovenia. So we're all chuffed to be here, and we've got just under 2 minutes until that first race gets off, where we'll be back with you for that first heat of the PR1 women's singles at 9 o'clock.
Well, Peter, it's not only one of the most beautiful venue for the rowing. Did you know that the Lake Bled has perfect length also for rowing? Exactly.
Yeah, did you know it's 2,120 meters? I was looking at that just earlier. So you've got about 120 meters leeway either side of the rowing course, but it's absolutely perfect for. It's almost as though the gods made it for rowing. So it's yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
There we have it. We're underway with the first race of the 2023 European Rowing Championships. It's Heat 1 of the women's PR1 women's single sculls. We've got 4 boats lined up here. Manuela Diening for Germany in lane 1, Eva Mol for the Netherlands in 2, Birgit Skarstein for Norway in lane 3, and Moran Samuel for Israel in lane 4. They've just gotten started. Just a moment's delay out there at the start, but we are underway with the first heat. It's the first boat to progress through to the A final from this race. The rest will race again in the repechage, a repechage being that second opportunity for crews to progress through to the next round. My name is Peter Hanlon. I'll be your English-speaking tower announcer up here in the Finnish tower for the full course of the week. I'm joined by our Slovenian commentator, Natasha Mrak, and then we've got our all-star commentary team out there on the water as well, where we'll hear shortly from Camilla Hadland-Horrocks, who's at the 1,000, and we've got Brian Ritchie Richardson at 1,500, comfortably sat on the island. They've got great positions to be able to tell us the latest action directly from the water. But this race now, coming up through 250, is currently Moran Samuel out in front. She's at 32 strokes a minute, the silver medalist from the Tokyo Paralympic Games back in 2021, leading the world and European and Paralympic champion, Birgit Skarstein from Norway. There's not much separating them at the moment, perhaps 2 lengths as they come up through 250.
Ja, takole smo začeli z letošnjim evropskim prvenstvom. Prva skupina para veslačic je že na vodi. Imamo 3 posadke, in sicer nizozemsko, norveško in pa izraelsko. In po prvih metrih je v vodstvu izraelska veslačica Moran Samuel. In na drugem mestu trenutno Norvežanka Birgit Skarstein in pa na tretjem mestu Nizozemka Eva Mol.
Well, they're through 400. Moran Samuel's lead starting to diminish slightly here, only by a metre or 2, as Birgit Skarstein starts to find her pace, coached by Johan Lindberg. Will be interesting to see how she sets herself up in this first heat. I mentioned earlier that only the first boat progresses directly through to the A final, so we will see all of them race again. It's just a question of whether they have to go via the repechage to try and get into that A final or not. We'd lost Manuela Dealing from the graphics a minute ago, but we have her back. She's currently tied with Birgit Skarstein for that second place, just 4.5 seconds astern of Samuel. Eva Mol making her debut here at International Rowing. She's out there at 29, just holding 4th place, and it'll be interesting to see what their strategies are through the course of the week. She might be wanting to hold some of her stamina and just accept a place in the repechage rather than trying to burn herself up in race 1 on day 1 of competition. Coming up through 650 metres or so, though, we've, as I mentioned, got our all-star team of commentators out there on the course, where we've got Camilla Hadland-Horrocks at the 1,000 metres, sitting in a catamaran. Now, Camilla, good morning. How are conditions out there on the lake? What's it look like from where you are?
Good morning, Peter. Yes, it is absolutely glorious out here on Lake Bled. Fast becoming one of my favourite courses, and this is my first time here. It's absolutely stunning. Barely a breath of wind out here on the course, which these PR1 women's singles will be very grateful for. Now, it's been a great start, as you've already said, for the likes of Moran Samuel of Israel, who's taken it out hard in this first 600 metres. Certainly something she'll know she needs to do against the force of Birgit Skarstein, the reigning world and Paralympic gold medalist and also holder of the world best time. But Skarstein is still not making ground too much. She's been held by Samuel of Israel to about a length and a quarter as they come through in towards the 1,000-metre timing marker. Samuel of Israel looks really calm and relaxed, and she'll have raced Skarstein of Norway many a time. They're sort of matched up time and time again. And as we say, in that Paralympic final back in Tokyo, it was Skarstein that got the better of Samuel. But it is still about a length and a quarter as we roll through. About 20 strokes to go until that 1,000-metre timing point. And it's actually giving Samuel some confidence. She's stretching out that lead. It's now about a length and a half back to Skarstein of Norway. Looking at 3rd place, well, that still sits with Manuela Dealing of Germany. And then it's back to the debutante Eva Mol of the Netherlands. And as a debutante, still pressing on ahead, but more experience gain as she sits around about 100 metres back on this leading trio. We're through the 1,000-metre marker now, and it is going to be the Israeli athlete Moran Samuel, who continues to lead, and that one spot through to the A final. So precious to try and save yourself a race in the repechage. But I wouldn't write off Birgit Skarstein just yet. As we say, holder of not only the world best time, but also last year's European champion. She will, I'm sure, have something left in the tank as we move through the second half of this race towards that very iconic island here on Lake Bled. And I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about that through the course of the weekend. That signifies 500 metres to go for these athletes. They've still got stunning conditions, no change through the second half of the course. Pan flat out here, and the sun just starting to shine on said island with 500 metres to go. Still, Samuel of Israel leading out Skarstein, but here goes Skarstein. She's starting to press on now. She's at 30 strokes a minute, and with every stroke now starting to close the gap, and she's chosen to make this move in the third 500. Boat speed still fairly similar. Samuel of Israel at 32 strokes a minute, and as they move now into the really kind of tough mental part of this race, this third 500. Skarstein starting to get her head down and starting to move into the view of Brian Richardson, who has a beautiful commentary spot there on the island. Richie, I think Skarstein's starting to make a move now.
Absolutely. I think the second half of the race is where she comes into her own. She was nice and comfortable out of the first 500, allowing the Israeli sculler Moran Samuel to do all the running, knowing that she has this powerful middle of the course race that she can eat back into any lead that might have opened up, and that's exactly what she's done. Coming up to the middle part of the race, it opens up here where the enclosure is, where all the boats launch, so a little bit more lake for the rowers to view on the left and the right and get their bearings as they come up with about 500 metres to go. Rowing very nicely now, all the scullers here, and we can see Birgit Skarstein still pushing on here, but the Israeli sculler Samuel really pushing on and staying in touch. They have an overlap there, very little between the two crews, and Manuel Diening as well in third place, just a little bit back off of the two leaders here, with just one crew to qualify. It's going to be really interesting, as we were saying, about how the tactics go. Do you push on and look for that one qualifying spot into the final? Are you happy to go through the repechage? And a lot of the rowers who mightn't have rowed here before are looking to get more familiar, so they can, an extra race gives them that time to get their bearings, see what the course is like, looking for points where they know they're going to put their pushes on. They're coming up now with the 500 metre mark just gone through. Still very little between our leaders there. Birgit Skarstein of Norway leading it out just. Actually, it's the Israeli sculler just coming through 500 who had taken the lead. So the Israeli sculler now just putting on another push to take the lead with 500 to go, just ahead of Norway in second place, Germany some way back in third, and then the debutante we mentioned, Eva Maul, back in fourth at the moment. Really neck and neck between the two scullers here. There's going to be nothing between them as they come in towards the finish enclosure. The lead changed once or twice over the last 600 metres. Birgit Skarstein having the better middle of the course race, but Moran Samuel doing a really great job to get back in touch, and really stroke for stroke they're matching each other here. Very little between the two. Pete, that should just coming into view for you now, and it is literally stroke for stroke, the lead changing between the two leading crews from Israel and Norway.
Yeah, I tell you what, Richie, this is why she is the reigning European, World and Paralympic champion in the PR1 women's single sculls. Birgit Skarstein, she's just like a metronome out there. Absolutely consistent rhythm, consistent pacing from start to finish. And it's amazing to see how she's moved through Moran Samuel through that last 500 metres. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow for Moran Samuel there. She went out really quick, leading through the first 1500, and now rode through with less than 300 metres to go by the reigning champion. These two have faced off against each other for years, and this, I think, is where Moran Samuel will be taking the measure of this race and considering what it means for how she looks now, likely to the repechage, because Birgit Skarstein now over a length up on the Israeli coming into the last 150.
Ja, takole paraveslačice v prvi skupini se približujejo ciljni črti. V ospredju pa dvoboj med paraolimpijsko prvakinjo Norvežanko Birgit Skarstein in pa Izraelko Moran Samuel. Zaenkrat bolje kaže paraolimpijski prvakinji, ki ima še nekaj zaveslajev do cilja. Prvo mesto vodi v finale A, ostale pa se bodo poskusile v repasažu. Še nekaj zaveslajev do cilja imajo, torej veslačice, paraveslačice v prvi skupini.
Birgit Skarstein for Norway takes the win in the first race on the day one of the 2023 European Rowing Championships, a length and a half up on Moran Samuel for Israel. So that means Skarstein takes the one and only place directly through to the A final. So she gets a couple of rest days before that A final now. Samuel will progress through to the repechage, where she'll be joined by Manuela Diening of Germany, crossing the line in third place. And, of course, coming in then for fourth place, Eva Mol for the Netherlands. She usually races for the Willendrie Rowing Club of the Netherlands. A great debut race for her here. We'll have to find out when it comes to the latter rounds of competition what her strategy is. Many may consider that she's holding her powder dry for later rounds. You don't necessarily want to burn yourself up in the first race of competition, but we will see Eva Mol again represent the Netherlands in the repechage for this category for the PR1 Women's Single Sculls.
Imamo torej prvo finalistko med para veslačicami v enojcih, to je torej Norvežanka Birgit Skarstein. Na drugo mesto se je uvrstila Moran Samuel, na tretje mesto pa Manuela Diening iz Nemčije, na četrto pa Eva Mol, Nizozemska. Vse te tri veslačice seveda bodo svojo novo priložnost iskale v repasažih.
Well, that was the first of the two heats for the PR1 women's single. The second one is already approaching halfway. We've got Anna Sheremet for Ukraine in lane 1, Nathalie Benoit for France in 2, and Claire Girengeli for Switzerland in lane 3. We're going to jump straight to Camilla. Camilla, how's it looking as they pass halfway?
Still looking sublime out here on the water, and looking sublime for the French athlete Nathalie Benoit. The bronze medalist from the Paralympic Games in Tokyo managed to upgrade herself to a silver at last year's World Championships, and certainly on paper the favourite to take this one spot through to the A final in this second heat of the PR1 women's single sculls. But the up-and-coming start from Ukraine sits just to her right over in lane 1. Anna Sheremet, she picked up a bronze at the World Championships last year, her first major podium, and she's been going from strength to strength ever since, the 22-year-old from Ukraine, and she in turn leading out Claire Girengeli of Switzerland, another debutant. Great to see people making their debuts here at this European Championships, going out there getting experience and keeping almost in touch with Sheremet of Ukraine, probably about a length of clear water off that second place, but no doubts to our leader here. Nathalie Benoit is just really using this flat water to glide and use that time to propel the boat forwards. She's at 31 strokes a minute and undoubtedly still the fastest moving boat on the course. And she'll hit that 1250 metre gone marker just in front of where the crew's boat here at this 1250 point to move their way up to the start. And I'm sure the French team looking on with delight as she sits in that one spot through to the A final. However, I know things in that previous race, as we saw in Heat 1, can change. We saw that big row through from Skarstein in the first heat. So I wonder what Sheremet can do here for Ukraine. She's got a decent gap of clear water to try and close up, but Richie, I think here it's Nathalie Benoit's race to lose.
Here as she comes up with about 600-700 meters to go. Really nice rhythm, as you were saying, and rowing very well. Clear water, always an advantage ahead of the chasing pack. She's well able to look left and right, see any of the challenges that might come her way. But with such a lead ahead of the other scullers, more than 30 meters back to the Ukrainian and Swiss sculler, it does look like all the work is done by Nathalie Benoit to secure that one qualifying spot along with Norway from the previous race. So in control here, just coming up with 500 to go and very little between second and third, so they're getting a good row off each other here, pushing each other on, and it'll be great to see how they go in the repechages as well. The Ukrainian sculler, we mentioned, third in last year's World Championship, third in the Europeans as well. Young sculler, just 22 years of age, so bright future ahead of her, getting great experience here racing against Nathalie Benoit, who of course took second in the World Championships last year and a bronze medal in the Paralympics as well. They've gone through the 500-metre mark to go. Full control here for Natalie Benoit with that clear water lead, and then really great racing between Ukraine and Switzerland, and the Ukrainian sculler just ahead of Switzerland at the moment. One crew to qualify, as we mentioned, Norway from the previous race. France, it looks like, in control here to take that qualifying spot from this race, and we'll have to see how the repêchages go then in the later races for Ukraine and for Switzerland. So just coming up into view for you now, Pete. A really nice rowing again here from Natalie Benoit. We can see why she was the silver medalist at the World Championships and bronze medalist at the Paralympic Games. Really nice sculling from her, similar to what we saw in the previous race. Great rowing and in full control of the race coming in towards the finish.
Yeah, this is the standout performance from this second heat. I mean, it's an enormous field she's opened up there on Anna Sheremet, who was the bronze medalist in the World Championships in Rachice last year. She's holding quite a margin astern of Natalie Benoit, who's out in front, clearly going for that one place directly through to the A final. And these athletes have faced each other quite a few times. They'll be well known to each other: Skarstein, Benoit, Sheremet and Samuel. Those four likely to be contesting the places on the podium. Don't want to discount yet, though, Claire Giringeli of Switzerland. She's holding on a good margin behind Sheremet of Ukraine, so she could be one to watch, the Swiss athlete making her debut here at the European Rowing Championships.
Zadnji metri do cilja za drugo skupino para veslačic v enojcih, v ospredju pa krepko Natalie Benoit. Francozinjam, ki je sicer osvajala bronasta odličja na paraolimpijskih igrah in pa tudi na svetovnem prvenstvu in tudi v tej skupini, dokazuje svojo premoč, res z ogromno prednostjo prihaja proti cilju in na ta način tudi proti svoji vstopnici v veliki finale.
Natalie Benoit for France is going to take the one place from this second heat through to the A final, where she'll join Birgit Skarstein. We'll see the rest of them then battle it out in that repêchage. And it's looking relatively close. They haven't changed their pacing or their rating between Sheremet and Giringeli. They're pretty much level. There's maybe half a canvas separating them into the last 20 or 30 metres. Nonetheless, they will face each other in the repêchage to compete for the remaining four places in that A final. Across the line, though, Sheremet a canvas ahead of Giringeli for second and third in this heat for the PR1 women's singles.
No, če zmaga Benoitjeve v tej skupini ni bila vprašanje, sta se bolj skupaj v cilj sprehodili Ana Sheremet in pa Claire Giringeli, torej ostali dve veslačici v tej skupini, ki bosta seveda svojo drugo priložnost dobili tudi v repasažu.
So that was the second heat for the PR1 women's singles. We're now moving on to the preliminary race for the PR1 men's singles. So all crews will progress through to the A final, but this race will determine which lanes they get in that A final. We've got Shmil Daniel for Israel in lane 1, Marcus Klemp for Germany in 2, David Zelenberg for the Netherlands in lane 3, Roman Polyansky of Ukraine in 4, Callum Russell for Great Britain in 5, and Giacomo Perini for Italy in lane 6.
Tako, zdaj pa je čas za še para veslače, ki pa se bodo pomerili na preliminarni tekmi, torej tekmi za razvrstitev po progah v finalu A. Imamo izraelsko posadko, potem nemško na progi 2, na progi 3, nizozemsko na progi 4, Ukrajina na progi 5, Velika Britanija in pa na progi 6, Italija.
Well, they've just passed Camilla. Now, Camilla, you tell us, who's out in front?
Well, it's the Italian Giacomo Perini who is looking so solid. He's up at 36 strokes a minute, and it certainly looks that way. A very punchy rate of striking that gives him that lead over the incredible Paralympic champion Roman Polyansky of Ukraine, who's just sort of responding now, starting to take up the rate. He's at 39 strokes a minute, shifting up to 40 at this halfway point. It's an early move from him to try and close that gap to Perini, who plagued him all of the way on the run-up to the World Championships and to that Paralympic Games. But Polyansky coming out on top against all all odds. So it will be the European Championships as the next milestone for these two athletes that have gone head-to-head for the last couple of seasons. Then in that third place, and remember this is a preliminary race, so all athletes going through to contest the final. It's then the German athlete Markus Klemp that sits in third, and if that result was to stand into the final, he could be looking at a podium spot, but closely followed by Shmuel Daniel of Israel. It was a good start for Callum Russell of Great Britain, contesting in this preliminary race, but he's dropped back now to Clearwater behind in sixth. And that concludes the third 500 running order. But how is that race shaping up, Richie, between the Italian Perini and Polyansky of Ukraine up at the front of the field?
So Perini is still doing the running here, and as you're saying, it's going to be interesting to see how tactics go here. Are they happy to just get the bearings and get a race under their belts? And very little difference between the lanes at the moment when the weather is perfect. Of course, if there was a crosswind or anything later on in the racing this weekend, you would want that better lane position. And that lane position at the moment, number one, would go to Perini of Italy. He's still leading it out here. Good lead of about 27 meters between him and Polyansky of Ukraine coming through 500. And then we have the German sculler Markus Klemp in third place at the moment. Again, a little bit of Clearwater back, staying in touch. The sculler from Great Britain as well. And the Israeli sculler Daniel Shmuel nearest to me and nearest to the 500 meter mark just coming through. So the rowers here fairly spread out. And as we said, they're racing for lane positions here. All six are going to race in the final later on this weekend. So a real marker being put down by Giacomo Perini, leading it out here with that Clearwater lead over Roman Polyansky of Ukraine in second place. Markus Klemp, of Germany in third place, just ahead of Shmuel Daniel of Israel. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4. Pete, great to see Perini leading it out here. He's throwing the marker down really and putting it up to Roman Polyansky of Ukraine as he comes in towards the finish.
Yeah, it's a really different style of rowing they've got as well. I mean, you can see Giacomo Perini is at 32 to Polyansky's 40. So that's the difference. As we often hear from one of our other commentators, Robert Drahan-Jones describes it as the chopping versus sweeping, and very different approaches to it. Polyansky, it's worked for him for some time. He's the reigning world champion from Rachice last year, often goes out with a high rate of striking. Perini, though, holder of the world best time, he took second place in Rachice to Polyansky, and but they were the other way around at the Europeans in Munich earlier last year. So these two frequently trading places at the front of the field in this event for PR1 men's singles. So it's a preliminary race. They'll all progress through to the A final, but the winner of this will be in one of the favoured lanes when it comes to that A final. Perini, great race from him. He's strode down ever so slightly, down to 28 strokes a minute coming into the last 150.
Zadnji metri torej še za para veslače, ki se seveda zdaj le potegujejo bolj za razvrstitev po progah. Vsi se namreč uvrstijo v veliki finale. No in najboljšo, oziroma tisto, ki si jo bo najbolj zaželel, si bo lahko izbral Giacomo Perini, ki zdaj le prihaja proti cilju kot prvi, kot zmagovalec. Večino proge mu je bil zelo blizu tudi Roman Polyansky, ukrajinski veslač, ki prihaja proti cilju kot drugi. In to bosta seveda tudi veslača, ki bosta imela v finalu A najboljši izhodišči.
So Perini takes the win ahead of Polyansky. That's the 1-2, and I'm sure they'll be pleased to now know the make of each other, considering their winter training programs, facing off to each other here in this European Championships. Coming in then for third place, Markus Klemp for Germany, a length and a half up on Shmuel Daniel of Israel. And then we've got coming in for fifth place, we have for Great Britain, Callum Russell. And then coming in for sixth place, not too far to stern, coming into the red buoy area now, we have David Zeelenberg for the Netherlands. Last 100 metres to go now for David Zeelenberg of the Netherlands, and this will close out the preliminary race for the PR1 men's single sculls. It's a good start for him, making his debut here at international competition in the PR1 category. We will see him race again, where he'll join all of the previous athletes in that A final that we can look forward to on the weekend. But that wraps up the only preliminary race for the PR1 men's single sculls. The next race we can look forward to is coming up through 800 metres. It's the first of the two heats for the PR2 mixed double. We've got Lauren Rolls and Greg Stevenson for Great Britain in lane 1, Silvia Pillestepart and Paul Umbach for Germany in lane 2, Veronica Yoko Plebani and Gianfilippo Mirabile for Italy in lane 3, and Perle Bouge and Stéphane Tadje for France in lane 4.
Takole začenjamo z novo disciplino, to so para mešani dvojni dvojci. Prva skupina je že na vodi, na progi 1, Velika Britanija na progi 2, Nemčija na progi 3, Italija na progi 4, Francija. No in začetek najbolj obetaven za britansko posadko.
Coming up through the 1,000, the British fans are going to be pleased with the progression thus far, Camilla.
Yeah, bursting back onto the scene in this PR2 mixed double sculls after absence at the World Championships last year. It's Lauren Rolls and Greg Stevenson who is jumping into this boat. Lawrence Whiteley having retired. Greg Stevenson takes on the reins, joining double Paralympic champion Lauren Rolls from Great Britain. They've got about a 2-length lead ahead of the French, Perle Bouge and Stéphane Tadje in lane number 4 for France. But with only one boat through to the A final, it really does look like Great Britain are going to take some turning over here, over in lane number 1. At the back of the field, a great race taking place between the Italians and the Germans, almost stroke for stroke here. I think Italy just edging out. It will be Veronica Yoko Plebani that will be able to just see the bow ball of Germany, who sit in 4th, Pillestepart and Umbach. For Germany, seasoned athletes, Silvia Pillestepart in the bow seat, 31 years the senior of her strokeman, Paul Umbach. But this combination going very well and matching up against the Italians here for the race for 3rd and 4th. But right out at the front of the field, it is still Great Britain looking to really put a marker on the start of this season for them with a great race here in the first heat of the PR2 mixed double sculls. And Richie, I think they'll probably be looking to start their journey to qualification for the Paralympic Games with a win here.
Throwing it down here, it's great to see Lauren back rowing and combining here with Greg Stevenson in this new combination for the PR2 mixed double scull. They really are putting it out there, rowing very nicely here. Nice high rate of 32, lovely rhythm in the boat, and lovely long strokes. Slightly lower rate then to the crew from France back in 2nd place at the moment. Clear water between them, but very nice. I'm right beside the crew from Great Britain here, nearest to me, coming up with 500 metres to go, rowing very, very nicely. Lauren in the bow seat, Greg in the stroke seat, just coming through 500 there. And they're keeping the push on here. They're up a rating at 31 strokes per minute, moving along 4 metres per second. Nice rhythm in the boat as they push on through down to the last part of the race for them. France in 2nd place, just ahead at the moment of the crews from Italy and Germany. So France just coming up. The German crew looking to get back in touch and get overlaps with the other crews to stay in with contention here. As we mentioned, just one crew to qualify for the final, no doubt about it at the moment. It is the crew from Great Britain, and with such an advantage and lead coming in towards the finish, it looks like a done deal. Looking to join the previous winners into the A final, and the other crews from Germany, Italy and France will contest the repechage. A real ding-dong tussle here though between the two crews from France, Italy, Germany staying in touch as well. France in 2nd place ahead of Italy and Germany, so they're really pushing each other on here. And again, when it comes down to the repechage, it's going to be interesting to see which crew makes it through. But Pete, great to see Lauren back rowing, as we mentioned, and doing so well here in securing the first spot. Looks like they have it wrapped up.
Yeah, I think you said it right there. I love listening to you, Richie. An absolute ding-dong tussle here with Lauren Rolls, Greg Stevenson, though, out in front. I mean, it's an intimidating thing to join the 2-time Paralympic champion Lauren Rolls in the boat class that she won her 2 Paralympic medals in, but Greg Stevenson has brought some serious pace here, and these two absolute class acts at the front of the field coming to the last 200 meters here. They're at 31 strokes a minute, comfortably out in front. They've got an ocean of clear water back to France's Bouge and Tardieu, currently in second, and they'll lead the way into the rep.
Ja, britanska posadka Rowell Stevenson je zelo resno vzela tole skupino in pa prvo mesto, ki vodi v finale A. Suvereno veslata zdaj le proti cilju. Rowells tudi sicer dvakratni paraolimpijski prvak iz Rija in pa Tokija, sicer v družbi drugega veslača. Greg Stevenson pa se mu je pridružil zdaj in zdaj sta tudi čez ciljno črto kot zmagovalca te skupine.
Well, what a great race from Great Britain. Lauren Rolls and Greg Stevenson take the win and the one and only place through to the A final. And then on the grandstand side of the course, we see Perle Bouge and Stéphane Tardieu for France lead the way into the rep, where they'll be joined by Plebani and Mirabile of Italy coming in for third place and Pille Stepart and Umbach of Germany coming in for fourth.
Torej, francoska posadka na drugem mestu, na tretjem mestu potem Italija in četrta Nemčija. Vse tri posadke seveda čaka popravni izpit v repasažih.
So, time to find out who will be joining Great Britain in that A final for the PR2 mixed double sculls. The second heat's underway. We've got Svetlana Bohuslavska and Yaroslav Koyuda for Ukraine in lane 1. Stephen McGowan and Katie O'Brien for Ireland in 2. Jolanta Majka and Michal Gadowski for Poland in lane 3. Connie de Koning and Chantal Heinen for the Netherlands in lane 4.
Začenjamo z drugo skupino paraolimpijskih mešanih dvojnih dvojcev in imamo 4 posadke, zdaj le na vodi. Na progi 1 je Ukrajina, na progi 2 je Irska, na progi 3 Poljska, na progi 4 pa Nizozemska. Zaenkrat še čolni dokaj poravnani, v rahli prednosti pa nizozemska posadka.
Well, they're coming up into sight of Camilla. Now, Camilla, it looks as though the Dutch's winter training program's paid off.
Yeah, it really has. And talking about, new combinations like we saw in the previous heat, Connie de Koning being joined by Chantal Heinen here for the Dutch crew in lane number 4 who lead out the way. And as you say, Pete, the winter training really paying off as they currently lead the world champions, Ukraine, who currently sit in second, Koyuda and Bohuslavska in lane 1, are trying as they might to close this gap. They're up at 36 strokes a minute, but in comparison to the Dutch, is 33. It just looks like they're trying to chase them. They're about to hit 1,000 meters, and it is just over a length here to the Dutch. I'd say a length and a half, but extending at this lower stroke rate. They look really long. Connie de Koning, of course, huge amounts of experience there in the bow seat, guiding Chantal Heinen down this course. And de Koning certainly knows how it feels as a holder of the world best time to sort of get the boat moving at pace down the course. Now, a real race developing here at the back of the field. As I've already mentioned, Ukraine sit in second space, but that won't be enough to see them through directly to the A final. They will be facing the repechage against Poland, who sit in third, and Ireland, who sit in fourth. But very close here between these final 3 crews. Ukraine, as I say, still leading out Poland, but Poland feeling the heat here from the combination of McGowan and O'Brien. And Katie O'Brien here in the stroke seat, a gold medal in last year's PR2 women's single scull, now being joined by Stephen McGowan. And certainly I know somebody at 1500 who might be able to tell us a little bit more about this Irish combination. I'm going to hand over to Brian Richardson at 500 to go.
I'll do my very best to stay impartial talking about the Irish crews. Pete and I actually bumped into Katie yesterday evening with her mum, and they just arrived in, her mum here supporting her with a lot of the Irish crews as well. World record on the erg earlier on this season as well at the Irish Indoor Championships, and that medal from the Rachicha Championships as well. So she is doing her best to bring Steve McGowan up to her level, and they're looking to get competitive and qualifying into the later final and also into the Paralympic qualifications as one of their goals as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they play out. They're staying in touch here, back in 4th place at the moment, but really putting it up against the Polish crew. No doubt about the leaders. From the start, they've led. We've been very impressed, as Camilla was saying. They bolted out of the start at a very high rate. This new combo of Haining and De Koning coming through 500 Clearwater lead, then over the crew in 2nd place from Ukraine, nearest the enclosure, the finish line, rowing very nicely as well. So they're the 1 and 2, and then very little between Ireland and Poland for 3rd and 4th. But with just one crew to qualify, looking to get into the A final, it does look like the Netherlands doing enough here. Still rating quite high, 34. They're pushing on the other crews up, rating that bit higher. The Irish crew in particular up at 38 strokes per minute, very high. Stroke rate is the way that they row, and they're really coming back now at the Polish crew to challenge there. But those 3 crews of Ireland, Poland and Ukraine looks like they're going to have to go through the repechage to see who's going to advance onto the final. And Pete, coming into view now, the Netherlands crew, really impressive from them. As Camilla said, they bolted out the start. They have really pushed on, and they look in control of the race here, looking to join GB in the final.
Yeah, they look great out in front. Leading the way, they were 4th at the World Championships last year, so they missed out on the medals in Rachice. They're clearly looking to make amends for that. We didn't see them at the European Championships in Munich earlier last year, but we did see them at the World Champs last year where they took 4th, so they'll be looking to try and come out on top in this European Championships. They'll have GB to try and beat in that A final, which they look certain to progress to from this race where they're out in front. But I must say, this push from Bohuslavska and Koyuda coming to the last 250, they're closing that margin rapidly. They've gone up to 38 strokes a minute. It's a good final push. I think they're just going to miss out and run out of water, though, to take that 1 place to the A final.
Ja, Nizozemki sta bili na svetovnem prvenstvu 4. in očitno ju je to 4. mesto tik pod stopničkami toliko razjezilo, da sta pridno trenirali preko zime in zdaj le kažeta zobe tudi svetovnima prvakinjama, Ukrajinkama na progi 1. Dobro se borita in veslata proti prvemu mestu, ki vodi v finale A, medtem ko sta Ukrajinki zdaj le na 2. mestu in bosta svojo novo priložnost za preboj v veliki finale iskali v repasažu.
Well, the Netherlands crossed the line for the win, just over a length up on Ukraine. But to quote Richie, it's a ding-dong tussle for 3rd and 4th between Poland and Ireland. Poland just pip Ireland across the line by perhaps half a metre in the end. A good, strong push from both of those boats at the back of the field. We'll see them all race again in the repechage because it's, of course, the Netherlands who will progress to join GB directly through to that A final. So that's the heats for the PR events. We're now moving on to the first heat for the women's pair up next. We've got Radka Novotnikova and Pavlina Flamikova for the Czech Republic in lane 1. Imke Clevering and Veronique Meester for the Netherlands in lane 2. Josephine Cornu d'Anjou and Pauline Rossignol for France in lane 3. Ivana and Josipa Jurkovic, sisters from Croatia, in lane 4. Ina Sid and Estebriz Zamorano for Spain in 5, and Anna Projuska and Barbara Jechorek for Poland in lane 6.
Počasi se bližamo tudi prvemu slovenskemu nastopu. Čez 10 minut bo štart moških dvojcev, še prej pa ženski dvojci. Tole je prva skupina, v kateri so na progi 1 češka posadka, na progi 2 nizozemska, na progi 3 Francija, na progi 4 Hrvaška, na progi 5 Španija in pa na progi 6 Poljska.
Going through 750, early leaders were the young Croatian sisters, Ivana and Josipa Jurkovic. But Camilla, it looks as though the Dutch, Clavering and Meester, now pulling through to take the lead.
I think it's the Dutch that you'd expect to be up here in the leading positions in this first heat of the women's pairs. But perhaps Ivana and Josipa Jurkovic just looking to make amends from a disappointing performance at their home World Cup. They are looking, the Jurkovic's, to be the first ever female Croatian crew to qualify for the Olympic Games. So a good performance here at this European Championships would certainly pave the way to that historic feat. But they've got the Dutch to worry about here, with one crew going through to the A final. It is Clavering and Meester of the Netherlands, double silver medalists from last year's World Championships in both this boat combination in the pair and also jumping in the 8 to claim silver as well. And they have now pierced through into the lead, just shy of 1,000 metres gone. They've got about half a length over the Jurkovic twins, who sit in second position. It's then Spain, just half a canvas ahead of the Czech Republic, and then France and Poland in 5th and 6th, about 2 lengths of clear water off this initial pack of 4. But I wonder whether the Croatians can do anything to respond here after an epic first 1,000 metres. The Dutch looking good. They're at 36 strokes a minute, and they are now the fastest moving boat on the water. Clavering and Meester just taking that time as they let the boat run underneath them, and they're approaching 750 metres to go now, and I think the Jurkovic's can see the writing on the wall here. They're slipping back in towards the pack and perhaps opening the door a little bit for Sid and Briz Zamorano of Spain. The 2018 World Championship bronze medalist Ina Sid in the bow seat, being joined by Esther Briz Zamorano to win the first World Cup of the year in Zagreb, Croatia, where they faced the Jurkovic's and won out. But they're moving towards Richie there at 500 metres to go. I fear that the Croatians slipping back, but in favour of the Dutch here, Richie.
Yeah, looking at the two crews just coming up to the 500-metre mark, the Dutch crew just rowing very, very nicely, a lot longer, in control, slightly lower rate. It does look a little panicked from the Jurkovic sisters, but they are pushing the boat on and staying in touch, so it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Rather cruelly, just one crew to qualify here in the heats of the women's pair, so tough weekend of racing for the crews. We're just watching the Dutch crew come through, leading it out there ahead of the crew from the Croatia in second place, just coming through ahead of Spain. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and the Dutch crew looking very, very nice, in control here. They've had a very solid middle of the course race. They let the Jurkovic sisters of Croatia do all the running in the first 500, but in control here. They're the 1, 2 and Spain in third at the moment, and a little further back then to the crews from Poland and the Czech Republic as well. So all to play for with this one qualifying spot. Just coming into the last few 100 metres now. Really nice rowing and showing in full control. Cleverling and Meester from the Netherlands. Really nice rowing from them. And it looks like they might have done enough just to take this one qualifying spot ahead of the pair from Croatia.
Yeah, great race from the Dutch out in front of the Croatians, who had a really brave start. I mean, the Jurkovic twins went out over 40 and they held the lead for the first 500 metres, clearly really going after that 1A final spot from this heat. But the power in this combination from Clavering and Meester sees them push out into the lead, and quite comfortably so now. I mean, it's a really formidable force we're seeing from this Dutch combination.
Nizozemska naveza je v spredju. v prvi skupini ženskih dvojcev. To pomeni seveda tudi vstopnica v finale AM za nizozemsko posadko, ki ima le še nekaj zamahov do cilja. Na drugem mestu Hrvaška, ki je sicer dobro začela, torej naveza dvojčic Jurković, in pa na tretjem mestu trenutno Španija.
Here we go. We've got the Dutch crossing the line for the win. They take the one place through to the A final, 2.5 lengths ahead of Croatia, who lead the way into the repechage. They're 2 lengths ahead of Spain, coming in for third in this race. Fourth is on the tower side of the course, where you've got Novotníková and Flamíková for the Czech Republic. And then coming in for fifth, Cornu d'Anjou and Rossignol of France, a length and a half up on Poland's Potruszka and Jehorek. So that completes the first heat of the women's pair, and we'll find out in just a few moments who'll be joining the Netherlands directly through to the A final. Okay, the second heat for the women's pair coming up towards halfway. We've got Giorgia Palacci and Veronica Bumbata for Italy in lane 1. Joanna Vincianu and Roxana Angel for Romania in 2. Lena Sarasa and Hannah Reif for Germany in 3. Emily Ford and Esme Booth for Great Britain in 4. And Imogen Magner and Natalie Long for Ireland in lane 5.
Katera posadka se bo neposredno pridružila nizozemski v finalu A? Imamo v drugi skupini 5 kandidatk, in sicer na progi 1 italijansko posadko, na progi 2 romunsko, na progi 3 nemško, na progi 4 je Velika Britanija in na progi 5 Irska. Trenutno po prvih metrih pa v vodstvu romunska posadka.
Well, Camilla, they're coming up towards sight of you, and this new combination from Romania looks quite a strong force out in front.
They really do, Pete. They're motoring along through the 1,000-metre marker, and just taking a glance to look at their stroke rate, they're up at 38 strokes a minute still as they move through halfway. Now, whether that's sustainable or not for this new combination of Angel and Vincianu, I'm not sure, but it has given them at least a length and a half of clear water over Germany, who sit in second. A great step up here for the bronze medalist from the Under-23 World Championships in 2021 on the senior stage, and they currently lead the European silver medalists from last year in Munich, Great Britain, Booth and Ford, and Ireland, Magner and Long, who are currently in a real battle, about a canvas separating those 3 crews, all fighting for second. It's perhaps just the Italians off the pace somewhat, but with one boat through to the A final, perhaps a case of pacing and keeping your powder dry. Certainly the case for the British. They're doubling up into the women's 8, so they've got another event to consider, but the Romanians, well, certainly not on their minds at this point in time, as they continue to push even harder. They're still at 37 strokes a minute, and coming into view of Richie at 500 to go.
It's a 500-metre sprint race here, looking at the Romanians at such a high rate. We've seen that they across all their boats, they tend to go out at the high rates and hold it right the way through. But in this pair, motoring along, as you were saying, Camilla, they've clear water lead over the chasing pack and looking good with about 500 metres to go. That one qualifying spot, looking to join Netherlands from the previous heat, and then it's going to be down to the other crews to see who's going to get through the repechage. About a length and not even a length, half a length separating then the crews from Germany, Great Britain and Ireland, 1, 2 and 3 across. We see the bows just coming through 500, very little between them, and it's going to be great to see how they get on in the repechages to see who will advance onto the final. New combination for Ireland. Imogen Magner from Carlow has spent the last couple of the years at the University of Reading, where she was also part of the Leander crew who won the Wargrave Cup at Henley. So she's now back in the fold in the Irish crews. Some seat racing going on to combine up here with with Natalie Long, very experienced from the Irish pair. It's great to see them out here and pushing on against the crew from Great Britain and Germany, but all the running being done by the early leaders and leaders from the very start, the Romanian pair in control here, looking to join Netherlands into that final directly, and the other three crews, great to see how close it is between Germany, Great Britain and Ireland, and all to play for when we do get to those reps. But no doubt about the leaders there. Romania still rating quite high coming in towards the finish.
Yeah, it's an amazing combination here. We've got Ioana Vricianu in the bow seat. She's a world champion from the Romanian women's 8. She was 4th in the pair last year and now joined by Roxana Angel. And they're absolutely shifting this boat. All eyes of the coaches in the women's pair category will be watching this and thinking, how do we compete with that when it comes to the A final? Close battle, though, between Germany and Great Britain for second place here. Germany just a nose out in front. It'll be interesting to see whether they hold this pace as Great Britain go up to 40 strokes a minute to try and close in on them.
Vse kaže, da bo romunska posadka tudi v velikem finalu neposredno, skupaj seveda tudi z svetovno prvakinjo v večjem čovnu, se pravi v posadki osmercev Ioana Vricianu, in zdaj tudi v cilju prva romunska posadka.
Romania take the win 3 to 4 lengths of clear water ahead of Germany, who hold on to second place, 3/4 of a length up on Great Britain, and then a length and a quarter back to Ireland in 4th. And then coming in for 5th on the tower side of the course, we have Italy. So that means Romania will join the Netherlands directly through to the A final, and we'll see everybody else race again in the repechage. Moving from the women's pair now to the first heat for the men's pair. We've got David Comini and Giovanni Cordato for Italy in lane 1, Martin Vackovic and Milos Vasic for Serbia in 2, Yannick Metzger and Julius Christ for Germany in lane 3, Patrick and Anton Lonkaric, twins from Croatia in lane 4, Marius Kosmiuc and Sergiu Bejan for Romania in lane 5, and then completing the field, local favourites from Slovenia, Jaka Kas and Nick Krebs.
No, tole pa je že prva spodbuda za slovenske navijače. Prvi slovenski nastop v prvi skupini moških dvojcev. Proga 6, drage dame in gospodje, bodite pozorni na naša aduta. Jaka Čas in pa Nick Krebs bosta veslala v tej skupini in zastopala barve Slovenije. Sicer pa poleg njih tekmujejo še Italijani, Srbi, Nemci, Hrvatje in pa Romuni.
Well, they're coming up through halfway now in sight of Camilla. Romania out in front, but good news for the local fans here. It looks as though Camilla Slovenia currently riding in second place and a spot through to the AB semi.
Have just pushed on. Maskovic and Vasic of Serbia pushing on now, slightly ahead of Slovenia, who are slipping back into 3rd. But like you say, top two through to the AB semi-final, still within a fingertips reach here for Slovenia, which would be great news for the local fans. But working hard here at the front of the field, it's the reigning world champions, Romania, Kosmic and Bejan, who are having to work somewhat harder than the women's counterparts that we just saw cruising through with a heap of clear water in the previous event. They are being sort of locked into by the Serbians, who are chasing overlap here in second place. Slovenia is still riding in 3rd. It's the Lončarićes of Croatia, the 22-year-old twins that are sliding into 4th position ahead of Germany. And then over in lane 1, it's Italy that ride in 6th. But 2 spaces through to those AB semi-finals directly. The rest of the crews through to the repechage. At the moment, I think if I was to bet, my money would be on Romania for one of those places. But between Serbia and Slovenia here for the second. Now, we know that Maskovic and Vasic have a furious final 500 metres. Any sign of that at the moment, Richie?
they're just winding it up here to come through the 500 meters mark, but they're going to run out of water unless they can get in really quick with the race here. They're just coming in now to the 500, and it is the crew from Romania leading it out ahead of Serbia in second place. We're going to head straight down towards the finish to give our Slovenian colleague the chance to get the home crowd behind the racers here and see if they can get back into contention for that qualifying spot.
Yeah, well said, Richie. Romania out in front, Serbia second, but really trying to hold on and get back in the action. Slovenia in lane 6.
Ja, takole, zdaj gre torej prva slovenska skupina, da tako rečem, imamo Jaka Časa in pa Nika Krepsa trenutno na 5. mestu, ampak dajmo malce spodbude, da bosta fanta imela dovolj moči tudi za tale zaključek, sicer se zmaga v temle delu nasmiha romunski posadki, blizu sta tudi veslača iz Srbije. Slovenija sicer malce nazaduje, začetek je bil obetaven za Jako Časa in pa Nika Krepsa. Dajmo stisnita fanta moči, seveda v repasažu bo seveda potem tudi priložnost za kakšen preboj, sicer pa prvi 2 mesti vodita v polfinale v tej skupini. Najbolje seveda za ti 2 prvi poziciji kaže romunski posadki in pa srbski, seveda pa zdaj prihajajo proti cilju. Kje ste slovenski navijači? Dajmo še malce spodbude za Jako Časa in pa Nika Krepsa, da se prebijeta čim više, da si nabereta seveda tudi nekaj moči za nadaljevanje in pa morda tudi preboj v polfinale in pa seveda kasneje tudi v boj za medalje. Tukaj prihaja kot prva v cilj tudi romunska posadka.
So Romania take the win and lead the way into the AB semi-final, where they'll be joined by Serbia. Great battle for the lead between those two boats. Third place, Croatia leading the way into the repechage to be joined by Italy and Germany. I'll confirm on the screen which places they had in just a moment, because they were pretty much level over the line. And then 6th place, Slovenia, will see them race again in that repechage, of course. So Romania and Serbia go through to the AB semi-final and the rest to the repechage.
Posadka Romunije in Srbije torej v polfinalu, sicer pa slovenska posadka im bo imela priložnost še za preboj naprej, tudi v repasažu. Jaka Čas in pa Nik Krepsa sta sicer končala na 6. mestu, ampak še eno priložnost bosta imela.
The second heat for the men's pair is just passing through halfway, so we're going to jump straight to the action with Camilla.
Thanks, Pete. Yes, it is last year's bronze medalist from the World Championships, Great Britain, leading out in front ahead of the crew that snatched silver ahead of them at that very same event in Rachice. It's Spain that sit in that second place. Top two through to the AB semi-final, much per the last heat in this event. So at the moment, looking to be Great Britain and Spain. Wyn Griffith and George here, recently back into the boat after a couple of injury sort of comebacks. Ollie Wyn Griffith working on his hip, and Tom George now jumping back into the boat just ahead of this European Championships, but it doesn't seem to have affected their run-in as they lead out this heat. Spain, it's been a big rise to stardom for them, a huge performance at the World Championships last year, and looking to continue that form into this European Championships. They run in second, then very close between the mid-pack again in this field. I think France here, Ludwig and Feister of France, out of their under 23-8, just 20 and 21 years old respectively. They currently sit in a battle with Poland and Greece also here in this middle pack. But as they move towards 500 metres to go, could Great Britain be caught napping once again by their enemies from Spain, Richie?
They just had a little glance over to their right, their left, sorry, and saw the crews. They've taken it up now, and it looks like they're not going to let the Spanish crew get back into contention here. They're putting on a big push coming through 500. Spanish rating high as always, doing their best to get in and get an overlap to try push the Great British pair. Lithuanian is in third place at the moment, doing quite well. Here the Stanis Kunas twins, 22 years of age, in third place at the moment, and pushing all the way in to challenge for that second qualifying spot. Very little then between the crews from France and from Poland in the centre of the course, but no doubt about the leaders, Great Britain getting the better at the moment of the crew that pipped them for the silver medal at last year's World Championship. Spain in second place. These two crews looking good to qualify. Lots of support there, Pete. I can see some flags waving over towards the finish. Great support here, and it'll be great to see the Great British and Spanish crews being welcomed home and taking those two qualifying spots.
I think you said it there, Richie, although Spain will be surprised to find themselves so much astern of Great Britain, considering the medals were the other way round for silver and bronze at the World Championships in Rachice last year. GB out in front, though, back on top form. Ollie Wynne-Griffith and Tom George leading the charge here. 32 strokes a minute. Spain also at 32, making no dent in GB's lead. It's the first two to go through, so we may not see Spain feeling too pushed here, because just to their stern, we've got Poland in a tussle with Lithuania, France for third place, but they'll likely go through to the rep.
Je dovolj velika prednost za britansko posadko, da lahko tekmovalca elegantno takole prihajata skozi cilj kot prva. Na drugem mestu pa Španija prihaja v cilj.
Great Britain and Spain progress through to the AB semi-final. Poland lead the way into the repechage to be joined by Dovydas and Domantas Stankunas of Lithuania. Fifth place then is Florian Ludwig and Armand Pfister of France. And coming in for sixth place, we have for Greece, Dimitrios Bokouvalas and Zisis Bokouvalas for Greece. So we'll see them again in the repechage.
Torej, v polfinalu AB se bosta aktualnim evropskim prvakom iz Romunije in pa srbski posadki pridružili še britanska in pa španska. Mi pa gremo k tretji skupini.
So the third and last heat for the men's pairs, already fast approaching halfway. We've got Alexander Bulat and Alexander Mashnik for Moldova in lane 1. Frederick Vistavel and Joachim Sutton for Denmark in 2. Adrian Juhas and Bela Simon for Hungary in lane 3. Vaclav Baldrian and Lukas Helisic for the Czech Republic in lane 4. Roman Rösli and Andrin Gulick for Switzerland in 5. And completing the field for the Netherlands in lane 6, Abe Wiersma and Guillaume Kromenhoek. They're already through halfway, so we'll jump straight to the action. Camilla, how's it looking?
It's looking very good for Switzerland here, and being cheered on from the sidelines by a warming-up Elin Roll. Hopschwitz, we're hearing, for this new combination of Roman Rösli and Andrin Gulic, who burst onto the scene at World Cup 1 and took almost, you'd argue, a surprise gold medal in Zagreb against some pretty seasoned competition. And here they are leading the Olympic bronze medalists from Denmark, Vistavel and Sutton, who are having to settle for second place at the moment. Still good enough to get them through to that AB semi-final, as we've already discussed, but they need to keep their wits about them, as again another new combination from the Netherlands looming ever closer, trying to move into those two qualifying spots. Abe Wiersma and Guillaume Kromenhoek in lane 6 sit in third place, and just vying for that overlap to try and get them in the race in that final 500 for the top two spots. Then a little further back, well, it's Hungary and Moldova, along with the Czech Republic, all fairly similar speeds at the back of the pack, but the real race here is going to be on behind Switzerland, I believe, Richie, between Denmark and the Netherlands.
Yeah, just the 500-metre mark coming in now for the Swiss crew. Little glance from the bowman over to left and right. They've got a little bit of clear water ahead of the Dutch crew in second place, and then the Denmark crew as well in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Two crews to qualifier, as mentioned. It's some way back then to the crews that are there from Moldova, Hungary and the Czech Republic for 4th, 5th and 6th, with just a length of a boat separating them. But clear water back up to the leaders of this race, rowing very nicely. The winners of World Cup 1, the Swiss pair in there at the moment in first place. The Dutch doing their very best to get back into contention here, as indeed are the crew from Denmark. With two crews to qualify, it's going to be very interesting to see who gets the second spot. Doing all the running, the Swiss crew, new combinations across the board we mentioned here in the pairs races and a lot of the boats. It's people coming out of 8s, 4s and quads and racing in new boats, and it's going to be interesting to see all of these combinations coming into view now with about 250 metres to to go. Still doing all the running. It is the crew from Switzerland, but I don't know, have they got enough to hold off the challenge of the Dutch and Danish crews when they come down with just a few hundred metres to go? All to play for here with just 2 qualifying spots, looking to join Romania, Serbia, Great Britain and Spain in the final. Who's it going to come down to? Is it going to be Denmark, Switzerland or the Netherlands?
Yeah, good question, Richie. Switzerland look formidable out in front. 39 strokes a minute. Denmark absolutely gunning for it now. They've gone up to 42 to try and secure that place. Feeling pressure from the Dutch. Veersma and Kromenhoek up over 40 as well, but I think Denmark have done just enough.
Ja, kakšen troboj so nam uprizorile posadke Švice, Danske in pa Nizozemske, tamle dvoboj za prvo mesto. Švicarja, ki sta vodila večino proge, prihajata kot prva v cilj, ampak blizu pa tudi potem posadki Danske in pa Nizozemske. Kakšen troboj.
Switzerland take the win. Denmark just cling onto it by their fingernails. Half a canvas up on the Netherlands. So we'll see Switzerland and Denmark go through to the AB semi-final. Then the Netherlands followed by Hungary and the Czech Republic, and then Moldova. We'll see them progress to the repechage. We move on now to the first of the 2 heats for the women's double sculls. Rose de Jong and Leila Yusufu for the Netherlands in lane 1. Sanita Pushpare and Zoe Hyde for Ireland in lane 2. Leonie Menzel and Marion Volts for Germany in lane 3. Margot Béol and Emma Lunati of France in 4. Stefania Boutignon and Clara Guerra for Italy in lane 5. And then completing the field for Ukraine in lane 6, Diana Serebryanska and Yevgenia Dovodko.
Ja, čas je za novo disciplino na Bledskem jezeru. Ženski dvojni dvojci v 2 skupinah se bodo zdaj le borili za vstopnico v finale A. Zgolj prvi posadki pripada ta vstopnica, ostale pa čaka repasaž. No in prva skupina so naslednje posadke. Na progi 1 Nizozemska, na progi 2 Irska, na progi 3 Nemčija, na progi 4 Francija, na progi 5 Italija in pa na progi 6 Ukrajina.
Well, they're through the 1,000, and it's quite a tight one at the front here, Camilla. Ireland out in front, not by much. There's, what, half a length to France, is it?
Oh, well, you've forgotten the Dutch here, Pete, in this women's double first heat. De Jong and Yusufu, the sort of resounding force in this first heat of the women's double sculls. They've got just over a length over what is the tightest pack we've seen today, chasing 1 spot through to the A final, remaining crews to the repechage here. And the world champion from the single sculls back in 2019, Sanita Pushpare, sat with Zoe Hyde for Ireland in 2nd place. It is then the French, as you say, Pete, that are still up in this leading trio. Emma Lunati and Margot Béol coming together after a season in the single for Lunati. And they're pushing hard on Ireland, but still sat in 3rd place, about half a length up on Germany and Italy. The Italians, Stefania Boutignon in the bow seat, the lightweight, and the last time this combination raced together was back at World Cup 3 in 2021. And they've come back together in a combination that is not good enough to be challenging for those top few places in this 3rd 500. They sit in 5th position ahead of Ukraine, Serebryanska and Dovhodko in lane number 6. But out in front, it's still De Jong and Yusufu of the Netherlands, double silver medalists, as were much of the Dutch women's squad at last year's World Championships, having doubled up in both this combination in the double scull and the women's 8. And certainly on paper, they are the boat in this heat that you'd pick out for that 1 spot directly through to the A final. As for the rest of the crews, as we move through 500 metres to go, Ireland just trying to show their form ahead of that tight pack. They don't want to be mixed up with the rest of the chasing field. They want to show their dominance and that ability that they could make that step onto the podium. And they're leaving behind Germany. They're leaving behind France, who were right up there with them through the halfway marker. And they're trying to bridge the gap there to the Dutch, who they know they will need to be fighting for the medals later on this weekend. But as we move now through to the final 250 metres, they'll be coming into view of Peter and Natasha in the tower.
Thanks, Camilla. Yeah, the Dutch out in front here, a real class act. Silver at the World Champs last year, clearly gunning for top of the podium this time, and they look pretty comfortable for that place through to the A final. Ireland looking strong to their stern. Pushpura and Hyde up there at 38 strokes a minute, building their margin over Germany, currently riding in third.
Ja, Nizozemki sta že okusili slast zmagovalnega odra tudi na svetovnih prvenstvih. Sicer tukaj na tem prvenstvu spremljamo kar nekaj novih kombinacij, ki se očitno dobro izkažejo. No, De Jongova in pa Jusufova sta skupaj že nekaj časa in zdajle takole prihajata kot prvi proti cilju, ampak tudi v ozadju se bije bitka za čim boljše izhodišče oziroma za spodbudo potem v repasažu.
So Leila Youssoufou and Rose de Jong for the Netherlands will take the win. They've got a length and a half up on Ireland, who'll lead the way into the repechage. A length and a quarter up on Germany. Half a length back then we find France. And then just under half a length to Italy. And then 2.5 lengths back to Ukraine. So an almost perfect echelon formation across the line, led by the Netherlands, who'll progress directly through to the A final. Next up then, it's the second of the two heats for the women's double sculls. Katarzyna Zilman and Marta Wieliczko for Poland in lane 1. Kara Edwards and Saskia Budget for Great Britain in 2. Mikhaila Pospizilova and Alice Prokesova for the Czech Republic in lane 3. Fabienne Schweitzer and Lisa Lurcher for Switzerland in lane 4. And Kuta Bodnar and Simona Radic of Romania in 5. And then completing the field for Lithuania in 6, Donata Karaliene and Dovila Rimkute.
V drugi skupini ženskih dvojnih dvojcev tudi aktualni evropski prvakinji Romunki na progi 5, sicer pa jim družbo delajo še Poljakinji, se pravi Britanki, Čehinji, Švicarki in pa Litvanki.
Well, they're through halfway now, Camilla. No surprise to find out that the Romanians are leading.
No surprise indeed. Their unbeaten streak just simply unmatched by any other crew across the world rowing scene. This combination coming back together, Bodnar and Radic for this European Championships. Not quite the commanding lead we're used to seeing. A late change, seeing this crew back together has meant that they're only one length up on Karaliene and Rimkute of Lithuania, who were fourth at last year's European Championships. With one through to the A final, the Lithuanians have still got a minimal overlap, a bow ball just clinging on to the Romanian world and Olympic champions. Could they see their first defeat in some time here? A little glance across there for Karaliene in the bow seat of Lithuania, and they can see they've got just shy of a length left with just over 500 metres to go. That could be a real turnout for the books. It's then much clear water back as we move through 12:50 with Switzerland, who sit in third place. Schweitzer and Lecce just ahead of the crew from Great Britain in lane number 2. Poland also up there as well in 5th place. It's just the Czech Republic just falling off the back of the pace here. But as they move through 500 metres here, it was a real concerted push for the Lithuanians to try and move ever closer to these standout Romanians, Bodnar and Radic and Ritchie. Are they making headway as we come to 500 metres to go?
They are. They are starting to push back now on the Romanian lead, and they'll start to hear the crowd encouraging them here in towards the enclosure. Nice big crowds over at the grandstand to cheer on the crews. Just coming through 500, the Romanian crews lifted again here. They're up, rating quite high as always. They've just a little bit of clear water ahead of the crew from Lithuania in second place. Just one crew to qualify, looking to advance on with the Netherlands, but Lithuania really putting down a marker here. And then nearest to me here at the 500 metre mark, Poland just half a canvas behind the crew from Great Britain in second place, and then the Swiss crew also staying in touch for third, fourth and fifth. So the repêchages are going to be very interesting to see who are going to move on beyond those races into the finals. No doubt about the leaders here, the Romanians, still rating quite high. We've seen the other crews from Romania earlier on this morning do the very same tactic, but great to see the Lithuanians really put them up to it here. 250 metres to go, no doubt about the leaders, but Lithuania pushing them all the way here.
Yeah, great race from Lithuania. Romania feeling the pressure. They're up at 39 strokes a minute to the Lithuanians at 34. Karoliene, a well-established athlete in the double scull. She knows how to move this boat class very, very effectively. They look like they'll be leading the way into the repêchage at this stage, but certainly be giving the Romanians something to think about as we consider latter rounds of competition this week.
Ja, Romunki Bodnarjeva in pa Radisova dokazujeta, da sta kraljici v konkurenci ženskih dvojnih dvojcev. Ne samo, da sta aktualni evropski prvakinji, tudi svetovni in pa olimpijski prvakinji sta. No in tudi v tejle skupini prihajata proti zmagi, čeprav ima Litvanki kar dihata za ovratnik, tako da bo še zanimivo.
Romania clear for the win here. They progress directly through to the A final. They've got 2.5 lengths up on Lithuania, who lead the way into the repêchage, where they'll be joined by, coming in for third place here, Great Britain's Kyra Edwards and Saskia Budget. They've got just about 2 lengths ahead of Zilman and Velichko of Poland, who are a length up on Switzerland's Schweitzer and Lurcher. And then coming in for 6th place, Pospisilova and Prokesova for the Czech Republic. We'll see them all again in the rep.
Torej v veliki finale neposredno potujeta iz te skupine Romunki, Bodnarjeva in pa Radisova. Ostale tekmovalke pa seveda čaka še ponovitev oziroma popravni izpit v repasažu.
We move then from the women's double sculls on to the men's double sculls. The first heat already underway. Batskai Mate and Zabo Martin for Hungary in lane 1. Mikhail Kustein and Johan Polak for Estonia in 2. Yuri Ivanov and Pavlov Yurchenko for Ukraine in lane 3. Martin and Valent Sinkovic for Croatia in lane 4. And Luca Rambaldi and Matteo Sartori for Italy in lane 5.
No in prihaja že prva skupina moških dvojnih dvojcev na čelu z aktualnima evropskima prvakoma, izjemnima bratoma Sinković iz Hrvaške. Na progi 4 veslata ta dva aktualna evropska prvaka, sicer pa v družbi še 4 posadk Mađarske, Estonije, Ukrajine in pa Italije.
Well, Camilla, they're coming up to you. I didn't expect to see Italy so hot on the heels of Croatia out in front. I don't think we were surprised to see Croatia leading, but tighter than anyone might have expected.
Yeah, this is the first event that the Italians have contested this season, and it's only half a length that the Sinkovic's have managed to catch it halfway over Rambaldi and Sartori of Italy. This is quite a surprise, and with the top 2 going through to the AB semi-final, I wonder whether we'll see the Croatians respond somewhat, or whether they're content and happy to be in that top 2. They've got oodles of clear water, this pairing at the front, Croatia and Italy. Back to 3rd place, Estonia, Ukraine in 4th, and then Hungary in 5th position. But certainly a surprise, and having having seen that magical moment back in Zagreb where they won their 50th international medal on home water by some clear margin. The Italians, of course, not contesting that event. This might come as a bit of a surprise to them. Still, only half a length separating them, with the Croatians with the advantage. They're up at 37 strokes a minute, the Italians at 36. As it stands at the moment, though, still Martin and Valent Sinkovic with the fastest moving boat on the water. And certainly as it comes to 500 metres to go, Richie, I think that the Sinkovic's will have the wind in their sails from that home win in Zagreb.
Absolutely, it was great for both of us to be there to see that 50th medal coming their way. Just had a look there, the bowman just looking over and wondering why the Italian crew are there, and it looks like the Sinkovic's have had enough of this and they're changing gear now to try open up a lead. But great to see the Italian double here, young 21-year-old Matteo Sartori in the stroke street, really dishing it out and being backed up by Luca Ramballi in the bow seat for Italy. They've just about a little bit of clear water, so the Sinkovic's push on and try to open up more of a clear water lead. The Italians taking the rate a little bit down lower now. There is 2 crews to qualify, so that early half of the race, I think they might have done enough there to put the spooks on the crew from the Sinkovic's in leading it out with 500 to go. Very little then between the Estonians leading ahead of Ukraine and the crew from Hungary back in 4th, 5th and 6th. 2 crews to qualify, as we mentioned, and it looks good at the moment for the Sinkovic's, aiming to go with medal number 51 here at the European Championships. But Pete, what a great race from Luca and Matteo in the Italian double, really pushing them in the first 3 quarters of the race here. Looks like they're sitting back now and just looking to take that second qualifying spot quite comfortably.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff here. I mean, Matteo Sartori was the under-23 world champion in the quad last year. He stepped up to international or senior level last year as well in the single, but forming up with Luca Rambaldi, this is looking to be quite a dangerous combination for Italy. They were managing to hold on to the Olympic champions, the Sinkovic brothers, as you say, going for their 51st medal. I mean, what do you do with 50 medals at home? How do you store that?
Ja, 50 medalj za Hrvaško oziroma v Zagrebu sta brata Sinkovic kronala tole lepo številko. Sicer pa mora biti v družini Sinkovic precej zanimivo, ko se srečajo skupaj, veliko imajo za pogovoriti se o vseh medaljah, ki sta jih dosegla ta izjemna brata, ki zdajle tudi zmagujeta v tej skupini.
So Croatia take the win and just over a length up on Italy. Those 2 progress through to the AB semi-final. 3rd place then Estonia, nearly 2 lengths ahead of Ukraine for 4th, and then coming in for 5th place on the tower side, of course, we have Hungary. They'll go through to the repechage.
Torej, bratoma Sinkovic bosta v polfinalu A, B iz te skupine delala družbo tudi Italijana Rimbaldi in pa Sartori, ki sta jim kar dobro dihala za ovratnik v tejle skupini.
Well, the second heat's already well underway. We've got Florin Arteni and Ciprian Tudosa for Romania in lane 1, Krzysztof Kasparek and Simon Poznik for Poland in 2, Magnus Rothenborg and Bastian Secker for Denmark in 3, Hugo Boucheron and Mathieu Androdias for France in 4, and Dara Lynch and Philip Doyle for Ireland in lane 5.
Ja, zaenkrat po prvih metrih so še precej poravnane posadke v drugi skupini. Na progi 1 je Romunija, na progi 2 Poljska, na progi 3 Danska, na progi 4 Francija in na progi 5 Irska.
Well, you couldn't fit a napkin between them as they come up towards halfway. Ireland and France, bow ball for bow ball, Camilla.
Yes, Pete, it's like 2019 all over again. We've seen Ireland fade since their silver medal at the World Championships in Linz, failing to make the A final in Tokyo, where it was France who were victorious and Olympic champions overall. But a switch up in the Ireland boat, a new combination. Dara Lynch joining Philip Doyle now, and it seems to have paid off as they go toe-to-toe with last year's world champions, Boucheron and Androdias. These 2 look pretty clean to be in the top top two progressing through to the AB semi-finals, and it helps that they sit in lanes next to one another. A really great toe-to-toe fight that they're really close and in the action with just one lane separating them. But over on the tower side of the course, it's the Romanians who sit in third. They're a length up on Poland, and Denmark, surprising to see them back in fifth position. Bastian Secker coming into the crew from the single scull, where he lost that seat race, as it were, to the returning Sverre Nielsen, hence him ending up now back in this double scull. But they're trailing somewhat to the leading crews, but that fight between Ireland and France, absolutely magical. It was, as you say, barely a centimetre separating them through the 1,000. It was then Ireland that have pulled out all the stops in this third 500 metres. Identical stroke rating to France, identical boat speed to France. This is going to be a real humdinger right the way through to the end, Richie.
Just coming up to here at 500 metres. I'm watching them. Unfortunately, they're on the far side. I'd love if the Irish crew were nearest to me here to watch Dara Lynch and Phil Doyle lead this one out just ahead of France at the moment. Very little between them as they come through 500. Dara Lynch rowing with Yale over the last number of years, back in Ireland now and back in the high performance crews there. They just have, I'd be struggling to say it's a third of a canvas between them and France. Two crews to qualify. They look in control here, but the Romanian crew in lane one, they're just about a length of clear water back in third place at the moment. And we know the Romanians across all of their squads have amazing finishes and can take the rate up into the 50s in the last few strokes as well. But the Irish crew here, Dara Lynch and Phil Doyle, look like they're leading it out here and moving away from the crew from France. The French crew now are in danger of losing out that second qualifying spot from Romania, so they'd want to have a look over to their right and see the crew in lane one coming up and challenge them. Two crews, as we said, are moving on to the semi-final, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But coming into view for you, Pete, lots of encouragement again. The Irish flags will be waving to see Dara Lynch and Philip Doyle come back leading this one out ahead of Boucheron and Andreas of France in second place.
Yeah, you called it there, Richie. I saw some Irish flags starting to wave in the grandstand there as Ireland lead the way. Dara Lynch, Philip Doyle out in front. And they're pulling away from France as they do so. Coming to the last 150 here, it looks like a strong showing from Ireland out ahead of France. Romania giving it everything now. They've gone to 43, 44 strokes a minute to try and close in on a place into the AB semi.
Ja, čeprav prvi dve mesti vodita v polfinale A, B, pa je zanimivo spremljati tale dvoboj med irsko in pa francosko posadko, ki ga sicer zdaj tik pred ciljem dobiva Irska.
Couple of strong strokes from Ireland. They go to 42, sees them confirm that win ahead of France. France clinging on to second place by just a matter of centimetres in the end ahead of Romania. So that means Ireland and France will progress through to the AB semi-final, and despite a great surge from Romania, they will lead the way into the repechage to be joined by Poland and Denmark. Well, we're going to catch up now with the third of four heats for the men's double sculls. We've got Cyril Vysotsky-Sestakov and Ivan Korsunov for Moldova in lane one, Tristan van den Busche and Aaron Andries for Belgium in two, Mark Webber and Jonas Gelsen for Germany in three, Stefan Brunnik and Melvin Tvelar for the Netherlands in four, and Emil Nekov and Boris Yotov of Bulgaria in lane five.
Še zadnja skupina moških dvojnih dvojcev v tem predtekmovanju. Nas čaka 5 posadk in sicer Moldavija, Belgija, Nemčija, Nizozemska in pa Bolgarija. Trenutno pa po prvih zaveslajih v vodstvu Nizozemska.
So going through 750, the Netherlands out in front. A good start for them. Not managing to leave behind the Moldovans here though, Camilla.
Yeah, the Moldovans, who had a sensational European Championships last year, looking to return and continue that progress here in Bled. But no surprise to see this combination now back together after their silver medal in Tokyo. Breuning and Tveilar of the Netherlands. They went their separate ways after Tokyo, slightly different boat combinations, but finding themselves back here on Lake Bled together again and making great progress out in the lead of this third heat of the men's double sculls. As per the other heat, 2 to go through to the AB semi-finals, the remainder to repechage, and still Moldova with a second place. They're a length back on the Dutch, and then in third place and the nearest to challenge for those top 2 spots into the AB semis, it's Tristan van den Busche and Aaron Andries of Belgium. Germany sit half a length back on them in 4th place, and then Bulgaria in 5th. But out at the front of the field, some real grit and determination here for the first and opening heat. 38 strokes a minute from the Netherlands, a really high rate of striking, and lots of looks across from Melvin Tveilar in the stroke seat. Can certainly feel the pressure coming from all the way over on the right-hand side to them. Over on the far side of the lake, Moldova are only 1 length behind. And with the chasing pack still putting pressure on that second place, the Belgians, like I say, will have firm eyes on trying to make those top 2 spots into the AB semi-final. It could all close up here. We're moving through into 1750, and it's still the high-rating Dutch in the lead of this heat, Richie.
They're just coming into my view now, and it's great to see so many crews racing so close together. The semi-finals are going to be an unreal set of races if these heats are anything to go by. Croatia, Italy already through from Heat 1, Ireland and France from Heat 2, and it looks like at the moment the Netherlands and Moldova are the 2 crews in contention here to get into the semi-finals. They're coming up to the 500 meter mark, rowing very nicely. We mentioned the Dutch crew in lane number 4, Martin Tveilar, of course, usually racing the single, and we see this a lot over the winter coming out of the last season and into a new season. A lot of new combinations coming up as they try different boats to see what are the fastest. They've got clear water. They're leading it out ahead of the crew from Moldova in 2nd place, who just have a small, about a third of a lead. About a third of a lead ahead of the crew from Germany in 3rd place at the moment. So they are further back then to the crews from Belgium and the crews from Bulgaria as well, some way off the pace here. But the crew, no doubt about it here, the Dutch leading it out, Stefan Breuning in the bow seat, Melvin Tveilar in the stroke seat leading it out. But great to see the Moldovans in 2nd place, coming in a little bit more pressure now from the Germans, taking it right up. Mark Webber and Jonas Gelsen in the German crew pushing all the way here. 2:50 to go. It's still Netherlands leaving out. Moldova looking good for that 2nd spot, but the Germans, maybe they can come back and challenge for the 3rd place.
Yeah, good question, Richie. I mean, I tell you what, I think the Dutch have done the right thing putting these 2 back together. Breuning and Tveilar, the silver medalists at the Tokyo Olympic Games just 2 years ago, and they're showing that when these 2 are put in the boat together, they can absolutely make it move. So they're holding out a lead over Moldova, who are coming under pressure. Germany go up over 40. Weber and Gelsen trying to really get back in this action, coming back from 4th when they went through the 500.
Nizozemska posadka se je izkazala že dobro na olimpijskih igrah v Tokiu, kjer je osvojila srebrno medaljo. No, potem sta šla fanta nekaj časa po svoje. Tveilar je med drugim veslal v enojcu, no, zdaj pa sta se ponovno našla in takole prihajata v cilj kot prva.
Well, it's a canvas in the end. The Netherlands won, but it was a canvas between Moldova holding on to 2nd place ahead of Germany. So the Netherlands and Moldova progress through to the AB semi-final. Germany lead the way into the repechage to be joined by Belgium, who have strode right down, as have Bulgaria over on the far side. They'll accepting the fact that they'll be going through to the repechage.
No, medtem ko sta Nizozemca kar suvereno prišla skozi cilj, smo v zadnju zgledali dvoboj med Moldavijo in pa Nemčijo za še drugo vstopnico v polfinale AB. Na koncu pa gre ta v Moldavijo, medtem ko bodo Nemci iskali novo priložnost v repasažu.
Time now for the fourth, the last heat for the men's double sculls. 4 boats taking part here, same number of places, 2 to go through to the AB semi-final. Armandis Kalmelis and Giedrius Bielauskas for Lithuania in lane 1. Alexander Filipovic and Alexander Bejic for Serbia in 2. Jonas Richter and Hugo Nerud for Sweden in lane 3. And Aleix Garcia Pujolar and Rodrigo Conde Romero for Spain in lane 4.
Samo na hitro še, tole je četrta zadnja skupina moških dvojnih dvojcev z Litvo, Srbijo, Švedsko in pa Španijo, ki je tudi trenutno v vodilnem položaju.
Well, going through halfway, Camilla is looking level at the front. Lithuania and Spain, not much to separate them.
Yeah, nothing much to separate these crews whatsoever. Spain, fresh off the back of a silver medal at last year's World Championships. You'd certainly pit them as being one of the favourites in the event overall here at this European Championships. But Kalmelis and Bielauskas of Lithuania are certainly proving that this new combination is worth putting out here on the water, as they have overlap with those silver medalists from the Worlds in Račice. It's then the Swedish crew that sit in third. They're at 35 strokes a minute, just pushing on as hard as they can, and about half a length of clear water separating their bow ball from the stern of the Lithuanians, and taking it somewhat steady. It's Serbia, Filipovic and Bejic at the back of the field, just choosing, I think, to contain themselves and resign themselves to the repechage. Perhaps we'll see a few more fireworks then. But yeah, a really interesting race here. Wouldn't have expected this between Spain and Lithuania. Spain still leading, but not by much here, Richie, over the fast-charging Lithuanians.
Yeah, just coming up on the 500 metre mark, and great to see in this fourth heat of the men's double sculls. I mentioned in the previous race the semi-final is going to be cracking, judging by the heats that we've had here so far. And great to see the crews now really pushing on here. 2 crews to qualify into the semi-final, and out on the far side it is the Spanish crew. Silver medalists, of course, in the World Championships and at World Cup 1 as well recently, as well as the Europeans. They're just coming through 500 metres now, and nearest the grandstand side, rating quite high. They've just an overlap now in second place, the crew from Lithuania, having a really nice row here, the 25-year-olds who have clear water then ahead of the crew from Serbia and Sweden some way back and forth. So no doubt about the 2 crews. They're doing all the running. The Spanish crew in lane 4 nearest the enclosure, they'll be getting lots of encouragement as they come into view on the grandstand, a packed grandstand. Great to see the racing there. And the Lithuanians, really nice rowing from them as well. They're putting it up to the Spanish crew here with about 250 metres to go. No doubt about our 2 qualifying spots. Looking to advance on with Croatia, Italy, Ireland, France, Netherlands and Moldova from the previous races. It's going to be the Spanish and Lithuanians leading it out here ahead of Serbia in third and Sweden some way back in fourth.
Yeah, interesting to see that I think everybody's accepting of the positions that they are in right now on the water. Spain out in front at 36. Lithuania not putting in much of a charge here towards the line there at 35. And even at the back of the pack, Serbia have strode down to 26, 27 strokes a minute. I think very accepting of the fact that they'll be going through the repechage. So not much going to change in the last 150.
Španska posadka torej v spredju, čeprav jim že preko celotne proge dobro dihata za ovratnik tudi Litvanca. Prvi 2 mesti sicer vodita v polfinale AB, tako da ti 2 posadki lahko, da tako rečemo, mirno veslata proti cilju. Na 3. mestu je trenutno posadka Švedske, medtem ko nekoliko bolj v ozadju potem še srbska posadka. Filipovic, Bednik.
Spain take the win ahead of Lithuania, so those 2 go through to the AB semi-final, and then we'll see Sweden and Serbia progress through to the repechage. So that was the last of the heats for the men's double sculls. We move on now to the first of the two heats for the lightweight women's single sculls. Oda Egerson for Norway in lane 1, Dora Dragicevic for Croatia in lane 2, Aurélie Morizot for France in lane 3, Eline Roll of Switzerland in 4, Jonela Kosmiuc for Romania in lane 5, and completing the field for Great Britain in lane 6, Olivia Bates.
Začenjamo torej z novo disciplino na Blejskem jezeru, to so lahki ženski enojci, 2 predtekmovalni skupini imamo, tole pa je prva na progi 1, Norveška na progi 2, Hrvaška na progi 3, Francija na progi 4, Švica na progi 5, aktualna evropska prvakinja Romunka in na progi 6, Velika Britanija.
Well, they're coming up towards the 500-metre mark. The British fans in the grandstand will be pleased to hear that Olivia Bates is out in front, 37 strokes a minute, coming under immense pressure, though, from the reigning world champion of last year, Jonela Kosmiuc for Romania, starting to draw up level for the lead. These two pushing out to perhaps half a length up on currently level France and Switzerland for 3rd and 4th. They're through the 500-metre marker there. You can see 14 hundredths of a second is all that separates first from second. Only one place to go through to the A final. So a tough progression system again here with just one position to compete for. Bates of Great Britain absolutely going for it, but now as we move up through 600 metres, Kosmiuc starting to move up and take the lead. Not by much though, trading the lead with every stroke. So lots to play for here in this first of the two heats for the lightweight women's single sculls, and we'll catch up with Camilla. Camilla, what are the conditions like out there on the water? It's tough, this 2,000-metre course, because in the middle of the lake there are very few landmarks other than the progress markers for these athletes to really understand just where they are in this 2,000-metre course.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Pete. I think the biggest landmark that they'll get is there's a beautiful big house just before the 1,000-metre markers, and I'm informed by my Slovenian catamaran driver that that's owned by the Slovenian government. But that sits just ahead of the 1,000-metre markers. I'm sure they'll be seeing that, and that's where the athletes warm up. And they're just coming into view of that now, with Olivia Bates going head-to-head from Great Britain alongside Romania's Jonela Kosmiuc, and as you mentioned already, Pete, the reigning world champion in this boat class from Romania, currently being bettered by Great Britain in the first 1,000 metres, but starting to push back now. She's at 32 strokes a minute, underrating the British debutante at senior level, Liv Bates, who is bursting onto the lightweight scene in this single sculls event. Now, these two, they have clear water back to, it's then Eline Roll of Switzerland, who, after a brief foray into the lightweight women's double at Zagreb, coming away in 3rd, has made it back now into the single scull and having to tussle somewhat with Aurélie Morizot of France. And over on the far side, Oda Egerson of Norway leads out ahead of Dora Dragicevic, another Croatian who had a stellar performance in Zagreb at World Cup 1, clinching the Croatians' first medal of the weekend in bronze. But it's now all about Jonela Kosmiuc of Romania. She's extended out that marginal lead to look more like 3/4 of a length now ahead of Bates of Great Britain, who slots in that nice clear water gap between herself in 2nd and Roll of Switzerland in 3rd. But Roll having to keep looking over her shoulder at Morizot in 4th. That fight for 3rd up for grabs, but with only one direct spot through to the A final. It's Kosmiuc of Romania here, Richie, that's put her foot on the pedal.
She's in control here, coming up with about 700 metres to go in the first heat of the lightweight women's single sculls. Kosmiuc of Romania leading this one out at the moment. Just trying to get a length lead, moving ahead of Olivia Bates of Great Britain in 2nd place. What a debut she is having here to be in contention to get into an A final. Just one crew to qualify, as we mentioned, so a lot of the crews will be quite happy to go out and race and know that they'll go through the repechage to get into the A final. Other crews going hell for leather, looking to get the lead and look to get that one qualifying spot. Rest up then between now and the final as well. They will have just 500 metres to go here as they come up towards the red markers in front of me here, and it is Ileana Kosmic of Romania just coming through, leading this one out ahead of Olivia Bates in second place. In third, then Aline Roll of Switzerland. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And Kosmic of Romania really rowing very nicely here. Beautiful technique and style, long rhythm, very powerful on the water and pushing right the way through. A couple of lengths back then to Olivia Bates. So just in the last 200-300 metres, Romania moving out to clear water lead with Olivia Bates in second place, Aline Roll in third. A little bit of an overlap then between Aurelia Moritz in fourth place and the sculler from Norway back in fifth, ahead of Croatia in sixth. But a class of her own out here, leading this one out for Romania, ahead of the chasing pack in the first heat of the lightweight women's single scull. All the running done, and really changed gear in the last couple of 100 metres to move away from Olivia Bates of Great Britain and to look to secure that first qualifying spot. And again, lots of support from the crowds there. A lot of Romanian crews already raced, so hopefully they're down to support Iliona Kosmic as she approaches here. 250 metres to go. Change gear, Pete, in the last few 100 metres, and this race is all hers.
Yeah, great stuff from Ionela Kosmic here. But I must say, I think Olivia Bates can take some real confidence from this race here. She went out like the clappers, leading through 500, and she's held on to the world champion of last year to come in and hold a pretty confident second place here. So impressive performance from her. Aline Roll for Switzerland looking in a pretty solid third place ahead of France's Aurélie Morizot. I can't see the positions changing much here. It's only the reigning world champion of last year, Kosmic for Romania, looking safe for that place into the A final.
Veslaška poezija na vodi, ko spremljamo nastop romunske veslačice Ionele Kosmic, ki kot prva z ogromno prednostjo prihaja v cilj v tej prvi skupini in pušča zadaj tudi vse ostale konkurentke.
Ionela Kosmic for Romania takes the win and the one place through to the A final. And then a great performance, as we've said, from Liv Bates here for Great Britain. She'll take second place in this first of the two heats for the lightweight women's singles. She's 2 lengths ahead of Switzerland's Aline Roll, a length and a half then up on Aurélie Morizot for France in fourth. Fifth place is Oda Egerssons for Norway. And then coming in for sixth place, Dora Dragicevic from Croatia. We'll see them again in the repechage. Next race is already fast approaching halfway, so we'll jump to it as quickly as we can. We have Jessica Sobocinska for Poland in lane 1, Esther Fehervari for Hungary in 2, Siobhan McCrohan for Ireland in 3, Elis Ozbey for Turkey in 4, Kristina Neuhotova for the Czech Republic in 5, and Evangelia Anastasiadou for Greece in lane 6. We're going to jump straight to it. Camilla, who's out in front?
Well, I think no surprise is that it's Evangelina Anastasiadou of Greece that holds the lead here through 1,000. She is so direct with that catch placement out in front, looks really purposeful and is ticking it along at a very strong 32 strokes a minute here out in the lead. Currently slotting in second, well, is Turkey's Elis Ozbey, and only just ahead of Neuhotova of the Czech Republic. It's about half a length she's managed to clinch there in second over the Czech Republic in third. A great start here for Siobhan McCrohan of Ireland. She's got overlap with that pack of second and third, but sits currently in fourth position ahead of Sobocinska of Poland in fifth. Hungary, it's Fehervari Esther in lane 2 that completes the roundup in sixth. But with the first spot going through to the A final, I think Anastasiadou here writing her name all over that. She's been a really strong and striking 32 strokes a minute, barely flittering from that sort of rhythmical placement of the blades. Like I say, she looks so strong out in front for Greece, and I think that final spot here, Richie, will go to none other than Evangelina Anastasiadou, bearing no disasters in the final 500.
Absolutely, she's racing with intent here, really not taking her foot off of the gas, coming about at 600 metres to go. Clearwater lead for her over the chasing pack between the Czech Republic, Turkey and Ireland. Great to see Siobhan McCrohan back racing for Ireland. A little bit of a break over the last few years. Had raced back in the 2016-17 period. She's now back in the high performance squad and in the mix here as well. Just one crew to qualify, as we mentioned, so it's going to be interesting to 2, 3 and 4, just half a length separating them, and it'll be all to play for when they get into the repêchages, and we're going to see some fantastic racing both in the semi-finals and the repêchages to see who's going to advance on to the finals. Just coming through the 500 metres to go, it is Anastasiou of Greece leading it out. She's got about 4 lengths of clear water, and that's Siobhan McCrone of Ireland now just moving in to second place ahead of the sculler from the Czech Republic, and Turkey back in 4th place at the moment, and Poland in 5th, and then it's back to Hungary in 6th place, some way off the pace, and she looks like she has accepted her fate, and she's going to go through the repêchage pass. She's just out having a paddle here, well off the pace, back in 6th place. Really exciting to see the Greek sculler though leading this one out. She's really pushing on still, rating up in the high 32 strokes per minute. She's pushed on here. Siobhan McCrone from Ireland moving from 5th to 4th and into 2nd place here. Great to see. And then the scullers from Turkey and the Czech Republic pushing on as well. But it looks like a done deal here for Greece to take that one qualifying spot into the A final. And then nice to see the Irish sculler here put down a challenge to the chasing pack here, moving into 2nd place and just ahead then of the Czech Republic and Turkey. So all to play for when we get into the repêchages, but no doubt about the leader at the moment, looking to take that first qualifying spot. It is the Greek sculler.
Yeah, Evangelia Anastasiou for Greece leading the way at the moment. Nobody's going to touch her. Great showing from Siobhan McCrone of Ireland, currently holding on to 2nd place, moving up from 4th through the 1,000. So a great third 500 from her. And Neuhortova for the Czech Republic looking pretty solid for that 3rd place. I can't see much changing in these positions. A great race for Anastasiou for Greece, who'll lead the way into the A final.
Ja, zmaga se nasmiha grški tekmovalki Evangeliji Anastasiadu, ampak seveda pa pozornost tudi irski tekmovalki Siobhan McCrone, ki se je res izkazala v teh v drugi polovici te dirke in se prebila na drugo mesto s 4.
Anastasiou for Greece leads the way into the A final, and that means that McCrone for Ireland will go through to the repêchage to be joined by 3rd place here for the Czech Republic, Neuhortova, 4th place, Sobocinska of Poland, 5th, Ozbey for Turkey, and coming in for 6th place then we have Fehérváry for Hungary. We'll see them again in that repêchage.
Ja, takole, zdajle pa čaka nastop še moške lahke enojce in zdajle bo spet čas za slovenske navijače.
We're going to jump straight to the next race. It's the first heat of the lightweight men's singles. We've got Slovenia, Germany, Portugal, Italy, Hungary and Norway.
Ja, Rajko Hrvat vesla na progi 1, torej glavni slovenski adut na tem evropskem prvenstvu. Zdajle tekmuje v prvi skupini lahkih moških enojcev. Trenutno mislim, da tam nekje na drugem mestu po prvi polovici proge. Seveda, ko bo prišel bliže, pa le povzdignite svoje glasove in dajte vetra za to, da bo, se pravi, zdaj zagona Rajko Hrvatu, da se prebije direktno v finale A.
Well, they're already well progressed in this race, coming up towards Ritchie at 1,500. Ritchie, Niels Tora out in front, but the locals will be pleased to hear Rajko Hrvat's currently in 2nd. Can he get out and contest the lead?
I think it's he's going to run out of water here. There's no doubt about the leader, but it's too much to go with 500 metres. Rajko Hrvat coming off the win recently in World Cup 1. He is pushing on here and taking the rate right the way up, but I think he's going to run out of water, even though there is 500 metres left in this single scull. I don't know if he'll have enough to take the lead of the sculler from Italy, Niels Tora, at the moment. There's about a 2 length of clear water between them, but he really is pushing on. He's glancing over his left-hand shoulder. He's not going to let up this one qualifying spot go that easily. But Italy, having done all the running in the first half of the race here, has really pushed on, and Hrvat will have the crowd, local crowd, supporting here with the last 300 metres to go. So Natasha, you can tell us how you think he's going to fare here, coming in with just qualifying spot, just one available in Heat 1 of the men's lightweight singles.
Ja, Rajko je sposoben tudi presenetiti, zato pa sploh na krilih navijačev. Torej, slovenski navijači, kje ste, da vas slišimo? Glasna spodbuda za Rajka Hrvata. Sicer ima Nils Tore, Italijana, kar lepo prednost, ampak če drugega ne, dajmo Rajko tu vsaj dobro spodbudo, da se izkaže v repasažu. Tukaj le prihajajo zdaj le lahki moški enojci in pa seveda tudi slovenski adut Rajko Hrvat, sicer zmagovalec svetovnega pokala v Zagrebu, prve tekme letos v veslaški karavani. Pa upajmo, da se mu izide tudi na tem evropskem prvenstvu in da bomo ga lahko pozdravili tudi v boju za odličja. Trenutno še vedno v vodstvu Italijan, ampak Rajko se drži in bo verjetno osvojil drugo mesto, kar pa je dober obet tudi za repasaž, kjer bo potem iskal drugo priložnost.
Nils Tore for Italy coming in to take the win and that one place through to the A final. And Rajko Hrvat for Slovenia, the local favourite here, lighting a fire under the grandstand there. He'll lead the way into the repechage. A great showing from him. He, of course, took the gold in Zagreb just a few weeks ago, crossing the line here just over a length ahead of Arno Gauss of Germany, who's got perhaps 2.5 lengths up on fourth places Galambos Peter for Hungary, and then fifth place over on the grandstand side we have Oscar Söderdahl for Norway, and coming in for sixth place then we have Eduardo Sousa for Portugal.
V finale A se neposredno uvrstil torej italijanski veslač Nils Tore. Rajko Hrvat, slovenski adut, pa torej na drugem mestu. Sicer bo nastopil v repasažu, ampak tudi tole drugo mesto je dober obet za morebitno nadaljevanje tudi v boje za odličja.
So the second heat is already well underway and fast approaching Richie. So we'll jump to it toot sweet. We've got Azerbaijan, Poland, Denmark, Switzerland and France. Richie, what's the story of the race so far?
They're coming down fast and furious here, just coming through 500 metres, and it's time to get the cowbells out because the Swiss sculler is currently in second place, but leading it out, all the action is going to be on the grandstand side. Hugo Burley of France, just coming through 500 metres now. He's leading this one out, rowing very nicely in lane number 5, rating 35-36, so clipping along at a nice pace here. Really nice clear water lead that he's opened up ahead of the Swiss sculler in second place. Just one crew to qualify, looking to advance with Italy from the previous race, and it looks like France doing all the running here. Switzerland back in a second place. Clearwater then as well, back to the Danish sculler and back to the sculler from Poland as well. They're the 1, 2, 3 and 4. And some way back then to the sculler from Azerbaijan. So repechage in place for a lot of these racers here. But the French sculler doing all the running here, Hugo Burley, he's led it from the start. Really solid middle 1,000 metres, and coming into 500 to go, he has more than enough done to secure the lead here ahead of Strozinia of Switzerland in second place. And coming a little bit of pressure now, the Polish sculler and Denmark in third and fourth, trying to get an overlap and push each other on here. But no doubt about the leader, looking to advance on with Italy from the previous race. It is going to be Hugo Burley of France here, coming in 250 metres to go in full control.
Hugo Burley for France leading the way and towards that one and only A final place. A commanding lead here. He's led right from the get-go, as we've heard, ahead of Andrei Struzina of Switzerland. An almost perfect echelon formation coming into the last 150.
V drugi skupini kaže na francosko zmagoslavje in pa francosko vstopnico v finale A direktno. Ostale seveda čaka repasaž na drugem mestu, trenutno švicarski tekmovalec, tamle pa za tretje mesto v tej skupini dvoboj med Dancem in pa Poljakom.
Last couple of strokes, Hugo Burley for France eases right off the pressure. He's confident in the win here, leading the way into the A final. And that means we'll see Andrei Struzina take second place, go through to the repechage. A little bit of a push here from Lukas Savicki of Poland, sees him move through Rasmus Lind of Denmark. They're going through to the repechage nonetheless, where they'll be joined by fifth place finisher on the tower side of the course, Zia Mamadzada of Azerbaijan. Racing coming through thick and fast here on day one of the 2023 European Rowing Championships in Bled. The first heat of the lightweight men's double sculls is just passing halfway. We've got Norway, Belgium, Ukraine, Switzerland, Austria and Spain.
Tukaj pa je že naslednja disciplina, to so lahki moški dvojni dvojci in imamo že prvo skupino na vodi. Na progi 1 je Norveška, na progi 2 Belgija, na progi 3 Ukrajina, na progi 4 Švica, na progi 5 Avstrija in na progi 6 Španija.
So we'll jump straight to the action. Camilla, how's it looking?
Well, looking good once again for Switzerland here in this first heat, the lightweight men's double sculls. This combination of Schaubler and Ahmada Ireland took home a gold at World Cup 1 Zagreb, but they're being put under immense amounts of pressure here for the top spots by both the bronze medalists from the World Championships last year, Kamara and Kovalov of Ukraine, who sit just to their right, and to their left, well, it's the Austrians and Spanish as well, but Spain right up there over in lane number 6, also trying that top 2 spot to make them make it through to the AB semi-finals. But with 500 metres to go, this is looking like a really great potential combination here for Switzerland in Schaubler and Ahmada Ireland, Richie.
Yeah, we heard the cowbells for the previous race for the Swiss sculler, and I think it's going to be the same thing again now here for the Swiss crew, Schaubel and Ahmada Ireland, coming off that win in World Cup 1. Just about a 3/4 lead ahead of the Ukrainian crew, just in second place. The Ukrainians lifting it now, coming down to the last 500, so they're putting a bit of pressure on, and the Spanish in third at the moment. So any of these 3 crews leading it out could look to take those 2 qualifying spots into the semi-final. And then the Norway and Belgium crews just a little bit further off. The only crew out of the running at the moment would be the Austrian crew, who will go through the repechage process. But all to play for up at the lead between the Swiss, the Ukrainian and Spanish crews, with 2 to qualify out of the 3. Switzerland doing all the running, as we mentioned in the earlier half of the race, but the Ukrainians are really motoring along here, and we know that they have a really strong finish as well. And the Spanish crew out nearest the grandstand, leading, pushing on and bringing the rate up as well. So with 2 crews to qualify, it's all about Switzerland in the first half of the race, but that last qualifying spot, it looks good for Ukraine at the moment.
Yeah, great performance here by Ukraine, just under a length behind Switzerland. Ukraine going up over 40. Kovalov in the stroke seat there, making sure they give it absolutely everything and fend off any late charge from Spain.
Imamo torej Švicarja v vodstvu, torej švicarsko posadko pred Ukrajino. Ukrajinci zelo blizu in pa na koncu prvi 2 mesti vodita v polfinale AB, torej ti 2 posadki sta kandidatki za ti mesti.
Well, it's looking close for that second place into the AB semi. Switzerland look good for the win. It's going to come down to less than a metre, I think, across the line. Ukraine hold on to it. It's a canvas in the end. Ukraine takes second, a canvas up on Spain. So Spain will progress through to the repechage, and then looks like the other crews have eased right off the race pace here, understanding of the fact that they'll be going through to the repechage. But coming in for third place, we've got Norway, half a length up on fourth place Norway, half a length up on Belgium for 5th, and then coming in for 6th place, we have Austria. So that was the first of the 3 heats for the lightweight men's doubles. The second one's already approaching halfway. We've got Hugh Moore and Fintan McCarthy of Ireland in lane 1. Ander Koppel and Elar Loth for Estonia in 2. Enis Gok and Sefik Kakmak for Turkey in 3. Afonso Duarte Costa and Dinis Duarte Costa for Portugal in 4. Christian Hagemann and Alexander Modest for Denmark in 5. Daniel Galetza and Jerzy Kowalski for Poland in lane 6. So they're going through the halfway. Ireland out in front at the moment. Not by much, though. Poland hot on their heels here, Camilla.
Yeah, the same old story for Ireland. Some different faces on board. Still Fintan McCarthy here in the stroke seat, but missing Paul O'Donovan, but being joined instead by Hugh Moore in this European Championships in Bled, but much, much closer than they'd like it to be. And it is Poland that are currently in second spot. It's just a canvas between them, and really this might be one of the closest races we've seen of the day, because here come the Duarte Costa brothers of Portugal. They're sliding up through the centre lane to move alongside both Poland and Ireland, and with only 2 spots through to the AB semi-final, I'd also say that the crew from Turkey, the Turkish crew, also well in contention here as well. So 4 boats, all with overlap here at the front of the field. Still Ireland clinging on by the skin of their teeth ahead of Poland. But Richie, Ireland closest to you, you got what you asked for here.
Absolutely, the rowing gods have been kind to me that I have the Irish crew right beside me here. We do see in the lightweight doubles is some of the closest races across all the regattas that we go to come in the lightweight doubles, both in the men's and the women's, and this race is going to form with that as well. A lot of them in contention here, coming up with 600 to go. Fintan McCarthy and Hugh Moore in lane number 1 nearest to me. Leading this one out here, but the Irish crews normally in the doubles, we see it's the second half of the race when Paul is in the boat as well. We've seen them come through in the last 1,000 metres, and that's when they hit the lead. It's going to be coming through the 500 metre mark. It is the Irish crew now, but out on the opposite side, leading just very slightly by a fraction, is going to be the crew from Poland. So the Polish crew, Irish crew, they're the 1 and 2. We have a launch just kind of coming across there, affecting the crews. It doesn't throw them too much, I don't think. Fintan just throwing a glance over on his left-hand side to check out the crew from Poland to make sure that he is in touch and leading this one out here. So it's Ireland and Poland doing all the running here, with 2 crews to qualify into the semi-final. Looking good at the moment, but really under a lot of pressure then from the centre of the course. The crew from Poland as well in contention. So it's going to be a very exciting last 500 metres to see, but looks like so far it is Ireland and Poland on opposite ends coming into view for you, Pete, for those 2 qualifying spots.
I'll tell you what though, Richie, here comes Portugal. Duarte Costa brothers moving up in the middle of the field. They're trying to contest one of those places. They've come out of nowhere. They were 5th through the 500, 4th through the 1,000, 3rd at 1,500, and now trying to contest 2nd place and a spot in the AB semi.
Imamo evropskega prvaka, aktualnega evropskega prvaka na krovu irske posadke. McCarthy, ki je lani osvojil medaljo zlato z O'Donovanom, tokrat pa je vesla z Murom. No, za uradnik ima dihata Poljaka, ampak tudi tamle Portugalca presenečata na 3. mestu, tako da bo zanimivo vse do cilja.
Well, last few strokes here, I think that charge is just fizzing out for Portugal. They've realised they've blown ever so slightly there. A great charge, though. Ireland take the win, a canvas ahead of Poland. That's the 2 going through to the AB semi-final, and despite a very brave effort coming into the last 200, Portugal will lead the way into the repechage to be joined by Turkey coming in for 4th place, 5th place Estonia, and then coming in for 6th, we've got Denmark in lane 5. So a valiant charge from Portugal, but it is Ireland and Poland progressing to the AB semi.
Torej, v polfinale sta se uvrstili irska in pa poljska posadka. Majhna razlika med tema 2 posadkama na koncu, ampak zmaga za Irsko.
Well, we're going to jump quickly on to the last of the 3 heats for the lightweight men's double sculls before we have a brief break in the schedule before we look on to the first heat of the women's 4 at 11:20. Now, in this 3rd heat, we've got Stefano Oppo and Gabriel Suarez for Italy in lane 1, Dale Flockhart and Daniel Jones for Great Britain in 2, Petros Gaidatsis and Antonios Papakonstantinou for Greece in lane 3, Jiri Simonek and Miroslav Vrastil for the Czech Republic in 4, and Paul Leerkamp and Jonathan Romaman for Germany in lane 5.
Takole, še zadnja, 3. skupina lahkih moških dvojnih dvojcev, med drugim tudi z grško posadko, v kateri je sicer aktualni evropski prvak v lahkem enojcu, Papakonstantinanu, sicer pa še italijanska posadka, britanska na progi 2, na progi 4 češka in pa na progi 5 nemška.
Well, they're going through the 1,000. Greece and Italy seem to have made the best of the first half of this race. But it's not an insurmountable margin, Camilla, for the trailing 3 crews, Great Britain, Czech Republic and Germany, to get back in the action.
You're right, Pete. I think that it could probably be 2.5 lengths separating our leading bow ball, which is the Greeks, to our sort of trailing stern, which is Great Britain at this moment in time that sits in 5th position. But with those top 2 spots through to the AB semi-finals, I think Greece looking fairly comfortable. They're up at 39 strokes a minute, so making that look comfortable, certainly not easy, but they are doing so. And then the Italians, Oppo and Suarez, multiple medalists on the world stage between them in these lightweight events, and they are gaining somewhat on the Greeks at a slightly lower rating. Who would have thought it? 38 strokes a minute there for Italy. But still, plenty of challenges coming from across the field. We can't forget about Simonek and Vrastil, a very experienced combination from the Czech Republic. Germany with Leerkamp and Rommelmann also within touch. And Great Britain, even in 5th place, still only 1 length off these leading boats. But here comes the final sprints now. Greece leading the way, Richie.
Looking good for Greece as they come through with 500 metres to go. But again, like just the races we saw in the previous lightweight doubles, there's very little between all of the crews, which means the repêchages are going to be equally as competitive when we get to them as well. So the crews just coming through 500 metres now. And it is the Greek crew. Now the Italians actually have just taken the lead. Just in the last stroke or two, I was waiting for them to come into view. The Italians have just come into the lead there in the last few strokes, putting a good push on. The Greek crew are now, I'm sure, going to respond to that challenge and look to come back into contention ahead of the Czech crew, the German crew taking the foot off the gas here. It looks like they're quite content to go through the repêchage process, as indeed are the crew from Great Britain. But coming into the enclosure, really exciting finish here. The Greek crew did all the running, but the Italians just taking up in the last 200-300 metres and coming into the enclosure now. Lots of encouragement, I'm sure, for the Italians. And with 2 crews to qualify, they've just timed their push to perfection to move into the lead here ahead of the Greek crew. But the Greeks looking in control for that 2nd spot.
Yeah, this is good stuff here. Gabriel Suarez was silver to Papakonstantinou's gold medal last year when they faced each other in the singles. And it looks as though Italy have really thrown the gauntlet down here. 37 strokes a minute. Greece have eased off, I think, confident in the fact that they'll be going through to the AB semi-final. So we've got that to look forward to in the latter rounds of competition.
Torej imamo v spredju italijansko-grški dvoboj in lep obet za polfinale AB. V italijanski posadki tudi viceprvak, evropski prvak v lahkem enojcu, če smo prej govorili o samem aktualnem evropskem prvaku v tej disciplini, no tokrat pa oba dva v družbi še svojih kolegov v dvojnem dvojcu. Zmaga pa na koncu za Italijo.
Well, everybody's eased right off except the Italians. The Italians take the win, and they'll be joined by Greece going straight through to the AB semi-final. And then coming in for 3rd place, we have the Czech Republic ahead of Germany in 4th place. And then coming in for 5th, we have Great Britain. So we'll see them all again in the repêchage. So that's the end of the first block of this morning's racing. We've got a short intermission. You can grab yourselves a light refreshment, maybe pop to the toilet and be back with us for the next race, which is the first of the heats for the women's 4 at 11:20.
No, preden nadaljujemo z našim dopoldanskim sporedom, ženske v četvercih bodo nadaljevale, si bomo vzeli malce odmora, malce bomo zadihali, medtem si lahko priskrbite tudi kaj za podzob oziroma kakšno osvežitev. Začnemo pa ob 11:20, torej z naslednjim štartom ženskih četvercev.
Well, I hope you took the chance to have a brief break because we're starting with the next block of racing now. As the first heat for the women's four is just getting underway, where we've got the Netherlands in lane 1, Denmark in 2, Romania in lane 3, and France in lane 4. Good clean start across the board. The Dutch making the early lead, though. Still up there at 41 strokes a minute, stroked by Tinka Offereins. They were silver medalists at the World Championships in Rachice last year. They haven't changed their lineup. They were silver in the 4. They were silver in the 8, doubling up in those 2 boats. So I think they'll be looking to try and get on the top of the podium here at the European Championships. They'll be hard-pressed to do so, though, because it's a hot field in the women's 4 category. Coming up through 300 or so meters, the Netherlands out in front. They're perhaps a canvas up on Denmark, who are still, in fact, they were tied for second. Romania up there too. They're at 42 strokes a minute, and it's only France just a little bit off the pace, perhaps a length and a half down on those leading 3 boats. France here with a relatively new combination bringing together Rivera, Scaramozzino and Cornelis, looking to try and make some waves here in the women's 4 category. Slightly off the pace, though, because the Dutch combination here, Tinka Offereins, Herminte Drent, Bente Boonstra and Marloes Oldenburg, look fantastic out in front. They're trying to build this lead. They're at 37 strokes a minute, underrating the still level Romania and Denmark crews in the middle of the field. They're through 500, so we'll get some splits in a second to separate the times. Romania putting in a concerted push here. Amalia Beres in the stroke seat, taking them back up over 40, and that sees them pull away from Denmark ever so slightly, coming through 600 meters.
Ja, takole nadaljujemo torej s ženskimi četverci. Na progi 1 je nizozemska posadka, na progi 2 Danska, na progi 3 Romunija in na progi 4 Francija. Zaenkrat posadke še dokaj poravnane, v vodstvu pa trenutno nizozemska posadka.
Well, that push has really paid off for Romania. Amalia Beres, she also stroked the women's 8, and they've drawn level with the Netherlands now, coming up towards 800 meters. I wonder, Camilla, whether the Netherlands have anything to respond. So 800 meters in, we'll catch up with Camilla shortly, but we've got Richie at 1,500 meters. They won't be in sight of you just yet, Richie, but impressive showing here from Romania as they move up through the Netherlands now. We haven't seen a response from Tinka Offereins in the stroke seat of the Dutch boat yet.
Yeah, it's all to play for here. A really great field, as you mentioned. Lots of experience in the boats here. Some new combinations as well coming into the European Championships. They're going to be checking boats between the 8s, pairs and 4s. We're looking at the first heat of the women's 4s race here. The Romanians still rating quite high, up at 39 strokes per minute. They're consistent, I'll give them that, because that's exactly what we've seen with the other crews racing here coming through 1,000. The Romanians leading it out, up at 38 strokes per minute. And then it is the crew from the Netherlands just coming back, putting a little bit of a squeeze and trying to get back into contention. They're about 5-6 meters off the lead at the moment in second place. There is just one crew to qualify for the final, so it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out in the middle part of this race here. And we saw some crews take the foot off the gas and be quite happy to go through the repechage process here. Others going to get that win, want to secure, want to get their place in the final so that they can take a rest day, focus then on the final that's coming up later on in the weekend. And we're going to see here there's none of the crews looking to go through the rep process because they're all pushing each other on here. The France is the only crew at the moment maybe out of contention, but leading and just about 10 meters separating the leading crews. This Romania still in first place. The Danish crew now coming back to challenge the Netherlands for second and come into contention for second place. A nice little push there in the last 200 meters from the Danish crew in rating 36. So they're coming up to challenge now the crew, and in fact have moved ahead of the Dutch crew. Coming up with 500 meters to go, but the Romanian crew in control. They're nearest the grandstand when they come into view. Really nice rowing. How they maintain these rates is beyond me. Their winter training schedule must be unbelievable for them to be able to go off at 38, 39 and hold that for the majority of the race. They're up at 37 now, coming through 500, and I'm sure there'll be a little push on from them here to continue to move ahead and take that lead that they have opened up and advance on it to take that first qualifying spot. They've barely a length of a lead ahead of the crew from Denmark in second place, who are about a canvas ahead of the Dutch crew. They're the 1, 2 and 3. The traditional rigging style in the boat of the Romanians, the Dutch going for the continental rigging, as indeed are the crew from the crew from Denmark as well. So great race here in the first heat of the women's fours race, but in control with that one qualifying spot. It does look like the crew from Romania leading this one out, and then really nice last 500 meters from the crew from Denmark to move into second place. Coming into view for you, Pete, it's a view you'll be used to so far in this first day of racing that we've had a Romanian crew leading it out and leading it out with a high rate.
Yeah, it's amazing the depth and power in the entire Romanian women's combination. They just look so strong. And as you say, 41 now, they're going to 42 strokes a minute. And Amalia Beres up to them again, 43 strokes a minute, pushing into the red boys here. And they've got a pretty comfortable margin over Denmark, currently in second.
V prvi skupini v vodstvu Romunija. Romunija pred dansko posadko in pa na tretjem mestu Nizozemska. Romunke se zdijo dovolj močne za tale zaključek te skupine in prvo mesto se jim nasmiha, torej finale A.
What an amazing performance here from Denmark, though. Denmark underrating by 3 strokes a minute. They've got a better boat speed. Just two great examples of different styles of racing there. Denmark maintained their length when they went up to that high rating, and that brought with it the better boat speed that closed in on Romania. Romania went up to 46, 47 strokes a minute, shortened immensely, and I think that meant they didn't quite get the boat speed that the Danish had in that push to the line. Romania did do enough to hold on to the win, so they go through to the A final. Denmark, the Netherlands and France will go through the repechage.
Ja, takole, Romunija torej prva, ampak tudi Dankam gre čestitati za ta izjemen finiš in na koncu je le nekaj metrov zmanjkalo za to zmago in vstopnico v finale A. Mi pa gremo zdaj le že k drugi skupini.
Well, that's the first of the 2 heats for the women's four. The second one's already well underway. We've got Spain, Poland, Great Britain and Ireland. They're already through 750. Great Britain out in front here, Camilla. They were the world champions last year with just one crew change since Rachitse.
Yeah, one big crew change, you might argue, in that Helen Glover has come back into the 3-seat, the double Olympic champion from 2012 and 2016 in the women's pair. Did return for Tokyo, finishing just off the podium in that boat class in the women's pair. But now returning once again, she's announced that she's back to try for Paris and has joined this world champion crew from last year of Long, McKellar and Shorten in the 3-seat, and it seems to be that they've picked up where they've left off last season in winning form as they cruise down the course, 36 strokes a minute, approaching the 1,000-meter marker, and it looks so long and relaxed. They're looking back at the 2 crews that sit level in second between Ireland and Spain. A great race there going for second, but unfortunately that's a race for the repechage. There's only one crew to qualify through here to the A final, and with a race like this, I think it's going to be tough to see past Great Britain at this point in time. Rebecca Shorten in the stroke seat, setting the rhythm for Great Britain, looking just as smooth as they did when they won the World Championships back in Rachitse last year, and of course looking to reclaim and defend their European title from Munich last year, where they won in emphatic style with lengths of clear water. 12:50 gone now. It's Ireland emerging in second place, the Olympic bronze medalist from this boat class in Tokyo, having to play second fiddle at the moment to Great Britain, but it has put them ahead of Spain and a fast-moving Poland in the third 500. But wow, what a performance here for a returning Great Britain with double Olympic champion Helen Glover on board, Richie.
Oh, you love to see it, don't you? It's such a great success story, and what an inspiration she is. And not only kind of to come back, but come back and be leading this race with 500 meters to go. A really nice row and display of their dominance in this event for Great Britain. Multiple medals over the last number of seasons, and they're continuing on here with 500 to go in the second heat. They're looking to qualify into the A final along with Romania from the previous race, and some fantastic rowing just coming through 500 meters. They're in control. They have the continental style of rigging as well on that boat. The Irish crew now just coming through 500 in second place, and this is where we see them, I think, when we get to the final as well, if they get through the repêchages. Very successful combinations here, both in the in the 4 and in the pair for Ireland. So they're looking to be in the mix as well. They have a clear water lead then over the crew from Poland in third place, just ahead of the Spanish. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4. But Pete, no doubt about the leaders here. Great to see Helen back in the boat and slotting in so well with the women's 4. They're in full control here with Ireland, the only crew really putting them under any bit of pressure in the second heat of the women's 4s.
Yeah, really impressive performance by Great Britain, leading out in front. They have done right from the get-go, and they've got the better boat speed still, despite underrating the rest of the field. As you say, Richie, it's only really Ireland who are contesting with that. But they're up there at 38 strokes a minute. So it'll be interesting to see how this women's 4 category progresses into the latter rounds of competition. Great Britain's Heidi Long, Rowan McKellar, Helen Glover and Rebecca Shorten showing what 4s racing can really look like.
Britanska posadka, ki sicer brani naslov evropske prvakinje, je v ospredju, seveda brez kakšnih dvomov. Morda samo informacija, da je v čolnu ponovno Helen Glover, sicer povratnica v veslaški šport, sicer pa tudi dobitnica zlate medalje na olimpijskih igrah v Riu v dvojcu, tokrat pa v četvercu z novimi ambicijami tudi za olimpijsko odličje. Zdaj pa seveda najprej na evropskem prvenstvu.
Great Britain take the win, 2 lengths up on Ireland, so GB progress to the A final. Ireland lead the way into the repêchage, where they'll be joined by Poland coming in for third place, a length up on Spain. That was the second heat of the women's 4. We move on now to the first heat for the men's 4. We've got Poland in lane 1, Austria in 2, Romania in lane 3, Switzerland in 4, Italy in 5 and Ireland in lane 6.
Zdaj bodo v četvercih nastopili še moški in prva šesterica je že na vodi. Na progi 1 Poljska, na progi 2 Avstrija, na progi 3 Romunija, na progi 4 Švica, na progi 5 Italija in na progi 6 Irska.
Well, they're through 800 metres. Romania out in front, but pressure's on here, Camilla. Italy hot on their heels.
Yeah, good to see bouncing back after finishing off the podium at last year's World Championships in this event. They claimed a bronze medal at the Europeans in Munich, but they will have to watch out for Italy. This Italian combination are hot on their heels and starting to try and emerge from a very close pack behind. This is a new combination from Italy, only 2 remaining members of the crew from last year in the stern pair, and also being sort of clung onto by Ireland. This crew that have been sort of emerging under 23s for Ireland have been claiming stakes at the senior level and now starting to move up along with Italy to try and challenge Romania for that top spot through to the A final. Switzerland sit in 4th and they kind of plug a bit of a void between themselves and Poland and Austria having their own fight on the far side of the lake, the tower side. Poland and Austria in lanes 1 and 2 fighting for 5th and 6th. But out at the front of the field, Romania are being loomed in on by Italy and Ireland with that 1 spot through on the line. I think that Ireland certainly have the motivation to stick their bow ball to the fast-moving Italians who continue to strike up at 38 strokes a minute. Ireland also up at 38, but no match for the Romanians 40. Have they got anywhere to go from here, Richie?
Oh, we've always seen these Romanian crews can go up a gear out of nowhere, and we'll see how that pans out in the last 500 here. But great to see the Irish crew. As you mentioned, a lot of success in the under-23s. New territory for Ireland to have a very competitive heavyweight men's squad. They've done great work over the last couple of years, so they're pushing on here. And they were unlucky not to make the A final, just being pipped by Germany in Rechice last year. And they're doing admirably here, putting all the pressure on the crew beside them. them to challenge for second place. But the Romanians coming through 500, leading it out just with a bit of clear water ahead of the Italians at the moment. The Irish in third. New combination, Fionn McQuillan-Tolan in the bow seat for Ireland, has just come in the US for the last couple of years, back now into the fold of the Irish rowing and sitting in with this crew here. They're putting pressure on the Italians, but with one crew to qualify, it does look like it is going to be the Romanians here moving on to the final. But great that there's such competition between all of the crews in the chasing pack, pushing for the line here. But no doubt about the leaders. Pete, yet again, Romania coming your way in the lead.
Yeah, what a performance here. Florin Lehaci, Stefan Berariu, Mugurel Vasily Semchuch and Mahata Tiganescu. A formidable performance from them. They're at 39 strokes a minute. The rest of the boats have also upped their rating to 39, some at 40 to try and close in just that one place to the A final.
Ja, še ena pretekmovalna zmaga se obeta Romuniji, tokrat med moškimi četverci. Najbližja zasledovalca sta čovna Italije in pa Irske, ki se nekako borita eden z drugim za tole drugo pozicijo, ki sicer vodi v vsakem primeru v repasaž. Samo prvo mesto pripelje v finale A in to je zgleda rezervirano za Romunijo.
Italy look to be encroaching over towards Ireland here. We might see a bit of a clash unless they can correct that. They're right on the buoy line. Romania crossed the line first and is neck and neck. I think on the surge of the stroke, Italy take it by a matter of a centimetre or so over Ireland. They're both going to the repechage regardless, but pride of place in that finishing sprint will be important to them nonetheless, I'm sure. And then coming in for fourth place, I believe it was Switzerland ahead of Poland and then Austria. Looks to be confirmed then. Italy just pipped Ireland to the post in that finishing sprint. They're both going to the repechage anyway. And it's Romania that go to the A final.
Ja, torej Romunija si je prislužila vstopnico v finale A, v zadju pa dvoboj za tole drugo mesto. Zgolj 700 sekunde je ločilo Italijo in Irsko, tako da bo zanimivo tudi v repasažu.
Second heat now is already underway. Netherlands in lane 1, Ukraine in 2, Germany in lane 3, France in 4 and Great Britain in lane 5.
Torej nova peterica kandidatov za finale A v konkurenci moških četvercev, katera je ta peterica na progi 1, Nizozemske na progi 2, Ukrajina na progi 3, Nemčija na progi 4, Francija in na progi 5, Velika Britanija.
Well, Camilla, they're passing you now. It looks like there's been a few lead changes through the last 500.
Yeah, there has, and leading through the 1,000, who would have thought it? The Dutch in this new combination are leading out ahead of the reigning European champions and world champions, Great Britain. Great Britain, historically though, fast movers through the third and final 500. A small look across there from Freddie Davidson in the stroke seat, just to get the measure on the Dutch, and they are starting to move up. And no surprises that these lead changes keep on coming. Great Britain have moved from third at 500 to second now at the 1,000. This is kind of very blueprint for them in this boat class. One change from the World Championship winning crew. We've now got Oliver Wilkes in the bow seat for GB in place of Nunn and Stewart, who are out of this crew in favour of Ambler and Wilkes. But they move now past the Netherlands through this third 500. Guus Mollet in the bow seat, just 21 years old. Nelson Ritzemer, Olaf Molinar and Gert-Jan van Doorn. A very brave start for them to be leading out ahead of such experience and class in the Great Britain crew. With that one spot through to the A final, it was worth having a push at. A great close race going on behind between a number of crews, but I think France currently sat in third place ahead of a bow-ball fight between Ukraine and Germany. But just slicing through the third 500 as we'd expect them to, Richie, it's Great Britain.
Yeah, it's going to form here. They had a really solid 500, as you said, Camilla. They've taken control of the race here now, back from the Netherlands. The Netherlands in lane 1, still pushing on and doing their best. Little glance over from the 2 men to look at the crew from Great Britain. But they look in control here. Just one crew to qualify, so the Netherlands trying to hold off the challenge here from France, but along with Germany and Ukraine are going to make it through the repechage for this men's fours race. Romania from the previous race are the ones who qualified, so it looks like Romania and Great Britain, they're the 1 and 2 advancing on to the A final, and then it is all to play for the minor positions here. The Netherlands, a great first half of the race, as we saw, but just in the last 500 it's GB who've taken the lead here, coming in towards the finish. Lots of encouragement as always from the enclosure, and Pete, GB leading this out, going with form.
Yeah, it's a great performance here. I mean, Freddie Davidson, European and world champion in the stroke seat, and making sure that they're holding a great boat speed here, pulling away from the Dutch. It's been a great second half of the race for Great Britain as they've continued to extend their lead over the Netherlands, really accelerating into the second half.
Velika Britanija je na dobri poti, da ubrani naslov evropske prvakinje. Sicer v nekoliko drugačni zasedbi kot lani. Aldridgeu in pa Davisonu sta se letos pridružila Wilkes in Embler, ampak tudi ta kombinacija dobro deluje. Dobro pa deluje tudi nova nizozemska kombinacija na drugem mestu.
So Great Britain take the win, nearly 2 lengths ahead of the Netherlands, who have 3/4 of a length up on France, followed by Germany, half a canvas up on Ukraine. So 1 to go through to the A final. That is Great Britain from this second heat of the men's 4. Moving on to the next race then, it's the first heat for the women's single sculls. We've got Evangelia Fragku for Greece in lane 1, Aurelia Maxima Katarina Janssen for Switzerland in lane 2, Lenka Luksova for the Czech Republic in lane 3, Ieva Adomovičiūtė for Lithuania in lane 4, and completing the field for Latvia in lane 5, Laine Rumpe.
Nadaljujemo že z naslednjo disciplino, to so ženski enojci in v prvi skupini so na progi 1 Grkinja, na progi 2 Švicarka, na progi 3 Čehinja, na progi 4 Litvanka in pa na progi 5 Latvijka.
600 metres in, and it's Janssen for Switzerland out in front, a length up on Adomovičiūtė of Lithuania. First 3 go through to the AB semi-final, so we're looking at that line between 3rd and 4th place. 3rd is currently held by Luksova of the Czech Republic, just over a length ahead of Fragku of Greece, currently in 4th. And then a length and a half to 2 lengths back, we find Rumpe for Latvia, currently riding in 5th place. So the field's starting to really spread out now as they come up towards Camilla at halfway.
Yeah, I think this second 500 metres usually separates out the smaller boats, the single sculls, which we've now moved on to. This is a lot of racing here at the Europeans. If you're in a single scull, we've got 3 full heats almost of women's singles, and this current heat being led out by the young superstar Aurelia Maxima Katarina Janssen, the Swiss sculler who came home with a silver medal from the first World Cup of the season in Zagreb in what was one of the most enthralling races of the championships, just being pipped on the line by Spain. But she's out here looking very relaxed, keeping the rest of the field at bay. The closest to her, well, that's Ieva Adomovičiūtė of Lithuania that is closest. Top 3 through to the AB semi-final. So with this kind of spread that we've got, Switzerland in first, a length up on Lithuania in second, and then it's the Czech Republic's Lenka Luksova in third. I don't suspect we'll see too much change in the order. Everyone looks very well under wraps and keeping things nice and well paced. It's 29 strokes a minute, that kind of very characteristic low rating for the Swiss sculler Janssen in comparison to Lithuania's 31, who sits in second. It's then still Luksova in third. She's pacing this also at 31 strokes a minute, and I don't think we'll see too much more than that from these 3 scullers. The only potential challenger for those top 3 spots to progress through to the AB semi-final, well, that's Fragku of Greece over in lane number 1. But she's got some work to do, about a length and a half gap. She takes a quick look over her left shoulder to see Luxova of the Czech Republic just in sight. But she's going to have to start reeling her in now. Out the back of the field, it's Rumpe of Latvia that sits in 5th place. But a fairly nice ease into this very busy championships for the women's single sculls. And leading the way, the 19-year-old Janssen of Switzerland, Richie.
Yeah, much nicer to see 3 crews advancing onto semi-finals here than some of the races we've seen earlier with the one crew to qualify and then the remaining 5 crews going into the repechage. So 3 crews going on to the semi-final here, as we were saying. And at the moment, Aurelia Maxima Katarina Janssen rowing with those Macon blades, 19 years of age. She's leading it out here in 1st place ahead of the Lithuanian, then in 2nd, and then in 3rd place we have the Czech Republic, and Greece are the only crew really who might come back into contention for that 3rd qualifying spot. But the blades that the Swiss sculler rows, it means that her rowing technique tends to be a lower rating technique. We saw that in World Cup 1, she was just pipped on the line by DS Rivas in one of the most exciting races, as Camilla said, in World Cup 1 recently in Zagreb. She's leading this one out here, still rating quite low. She's in around 28, 29 strokes per minute, and we won't see much of that change even with the run into the finish, where other crews might take up their rate. She seems to hold it steady at that and just let the boat and the blades and the body do the work. So she is in control here, and again, with 3 crews to qualify, you'd imagine that the 3 would be quite comfortable here and might hold off on really pushing towards the line, seeing as the 3 qualifying spots are in the line up there. So it's the Swiss sculler leading ahead of Lithuania in 2nd place, the Czech Republic in 3rd. The Greek sculler just glancing over her shoulder there. I think she realises that it is going to be into the repechage as she goes to try advance on to qualifying, and really there is no way that she can get back into contention. But nice, more relaxed race here, Pete, to see 3 crews advancing to the final, and great to see Janssen of Switzerland leading this one out.
Yeah, I think everybody here, Richie, is just settled into the position that they're in and aren't too fussed about expending any unnecessary effort or energy trying to change their position now with just 250 metres to go. Janssen comfortably out in front, Adamovic comfortably in 2nd, both boats at 30, as is the current 3rd place, Luxova for the Czech Republic. So I think these leading 3 scullers will just tick it over the line and take their places into the AB semi-final. We'll therefore see Fragku for Greece and Rumpe for Latvia go to the repechage.
Prva skupina ženskih enojcev se počasi zaključuje, tudi lahko rečemo disciplina s slovenskim pridihom. V naslednji skupini boste že videli slovensko predstavnico, ampak zdaj se najprej posvetimo torej tem tekmovalkam. Švicarka v spredju, Litvanka pa zelo blizu in pospešuje. Torej bo zanimivo vse do zadnjega zaveslaja v tej skupini, sicer nič tragičnega, kajti prva 3 mesta vodijo v polfinale.
Well, last stroke, and that sees Janssen take the win a length ahead of Adamovic. Those 2 progress to the AB semi-final, where they'll also be joined by Luxova for the Czech Republic. Last 2 strokes for her. And that's the 1, 2, 3 going to the AB semi-final. Fragku for Greece comes in for 4th place. And then we can see on the grandstand side of the course, Leni Rumpe for Latvia will also go to the repechage.
Iz prve skupine torej gredo v polfinale Švicarka, Litvanka in pa Čehinja. Kako pa se bo razpletla druga skupina, kjer nastopa tudi Slovenka Nina Kostanšek na progi 3?
Next race is already coming up towards halfway. It's the 2nd heat for the women's single sculls. Fiat Udby Eriksson for Denmark in lane 1. Kitty Bertus for Hungary in 2. Nina Kostanšek for Slovenia in lane 3. And Caroline Florijn for the Netherlands in lane 4. Camilla, looks like Florijn out in front.
Yeah, Florijn, who went unbeaten in finals in the single last year, all season, topping it off with the cherry on the cake, a gold at the World Championships. An absolutely stellar performance from her, and returning here to the single scull and starting out this championships on a high. Behind her, well, Fiat Udby Eriksson of Denmark. We've not seen her since the last race in the women's pair at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Back to the single scull for for her. And home interest, she's leading out in third place, and lane 3, Nina Konstanciec of Slovenia, that sits ahead of Bertus Kitty of Hungary. But Caroline Florijn of the Netherlands is just sublime out here on the water. She's at 33 strokes a minute, certainly a slightly uplifted rate compared to the previous heat, but with the first 3 through to the AB semi-final, surely this is her race to enjoy. Fia B. Eriksson of Denmark still in second place in a tighter race between herself and the Slovenian. And perhaps, Richie, a bit of the home crowd in the final 500 metres might push Konstanciec to a greater race here.
Yeah, we saw it in World Cup 1 when we were in Zagreb, that the support of the people on the bank on bikes really lifted a lot of the local Croatian crews, and maybe we'll have the same effect here with Nina Konstanciec of Slovenia in fourth place at the moment with 3-2 to qualify. So a little bit cruel if she doesn't make it in, so there'll be lots of encouragement from the enclosure and from the grandstand as well. No doubt about the leader, as we said, Caroline Florijn, leading it out 500 metres to go, and unbeaten last year, as Camilla was saying, and rowing very nicely here in full control of the race, looking to take the qualifying spot along what we saw in the previous race, Switzerland, Lithuania and the Czech Republic. So Caroline Florijn just comes through the 500 metres in full control, as we can see. Still racing on here. She's rating 32, so she's definitely not taking the foot off the gas here, and is going to push all the way to the line. Just coming through in second place then it is Eriksson of Denmark in second place in lane 1, just about a half a length of Clearwater against the crew then, Nina Konstanciec ahead of Kitty Bertus. So with these crews just coming into the line, it does look like the 3 crews, Kitty Bertus of Hungary, not in contention here. The 3 crews looking to advance with Switzerland, Lithuania and Czech Republic. Looking good for Slovenia here.
Certainly is. Slovenia currently in third place and a qualifying spot through to the AB semi-final. So let's hear in the local language so that the local fans can know how Konstanciec's getting on.
No, Peter nam je takole dal izziv, da slišimo slovenske navijače, kako podpiramo Nino Konstanciec, ki je trenutno na 3. mestu in to 3. mesto še vedno vodi v polfinale. Dajmo, Nina, stisni in napni moči za torej tale polfinale. Sicer v vodstvu aktualna evropska prvakinja Caroline Florijn iz Nizozemske, torej pred našo Nino Konstanciec pa še danska predstavnica. Ampak verjamemo, da bo Nina zmogla sprejeti tale izziv in se uvrstiti v polfinale, kjer bomo še bolj trdno stiskali pesti. Kje so zdaj slovenske zastave? Kje ste slovenski navijači? Grla na polno! Dajmo, Nina!
Last few strokes, and we're going to see the win go to Caroline Florijn for the Netherlands. A fantastic performance from her. She's still there at 30 strokes a minute, ticking it over ahead of Fia B. Eriksson of Denmark, currently in second on the tower side of the course. But local favourite Nina Konstanciec for Slovenia is comfortably holding on to that third place through to the AB semi-final. Great news for the local fans in the grandstand, clearly, to see her progress and avoid having to go via the repechage. That's Florijn across the line, and here comes Eriksson, 2 lengths ahead of Konstanciec. Those 3 go to the AB semi-final, and we'll see Bertus Kitty for Hungary progress through to the repechage.
Ja, sonce je posijalo na Bled in sonce je posijalo tudi na Nino Konstanciec, ki je blestela tudi že v Zagrebu in se uvrstila v finale, kjer je osvojila 5. mesto. No, tokrat pa se je uvrstila v polfinale, kjer seveda želimo veliko uspeha. Družbo ji boste iz te skupine delali tudi nizozemska predstavnica, aktualna evropska prvakinja Florijn in pa Danka Eriksson.
So that was the second of the 3 heats for the women's singles. The 4th one's just passing through halfway. We've got Desislava Angelova for Bulgaria in lane 1, Virginia Diaz-Rivas of Spain in 2, Jovana Arsic for Serbia in 3, and Marta Veličko for Poland in lane 4. Now they're through halfway. Arsic out in front for Serbia here, Camilla, but Veličko dropping out the back. So surprising, but we've seen her race once this morning already.
Yeah, we have indeed. Fresh from the women's double into the women's singles, so not easy doubling up here at this kind of regatta, especially at championship level. So suspect saving as much as she can. But I think the real surprise for me here is seeing Arsic of Serbia out ahead of Virginia Diaz-Rivas of Spain, who sits in second. I know it's a top three through to the AB semi-final, but given Diaz-Rivas' recent performances, she's a regular A final contender. Her performances have just gone from strength to strength, having picked up that sensational gold, as we've already mentioned, at Zagreb. Surprising to see her being led by over a length by Arsic. Of course, Ivana Arsic will be hoping to contest a World Championships on home water in Serbia this year, with Belgrade hosting the World Championships in September. So great preparation and a great build-up here to contest at the Europeans. But we know that Spain, Diaz-Rivas has a feisty sprint, which we may or may not see, knowing that the top three go through to the AB semi-final. Velichko of Poland is the only sculler at the moment that is happy to settle for fourth out of that top three progression system to the AB semi-final, which is being rounded out by Angelova as they head towards 500 metres, Richie.
Yeah, much calmer races we're seeing with these three crews coming through to the semi-finals. The previous races with just one qualifying are kind of heart-stopping races to watch, but these ones, the crews are pacing themselves out here and doing just enough to secure those three qualifying spots. Leading it out, it is Jovana Arsic, as we mentioned, ahead of Virginia Diaz-Rivas in second place, and Desislava Angelova from Bulgaria in third. They're just coming through 500 now. Still quite competitive in racing it here. They're no one taking their foot off the gas at all. So they're doing just enough here. Clear water lead for our leader, Jovana Arsic of Serbia, and then some way back by about 2.5, 3 lengths of clear water back then to Virginia Diaz-Rivas of Spain, who in turn has half a length over the Bulgarian Angelova Desislava. They then have the clear water lead over Marta Vajalic, that we mentioned already raced in the double, so quite happy, I think, to maybe go through the repechage process here. Coming into view for you, Pete, as they come in towards the enclosure, and great to see Jovana Arsic here leading this one out, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out in the semi-final with Virginia Diaz-Rivas in second place at the moment.
Yeah, I can't see the positions changing much here. It's almost the same story as the previous race. Everybody's accepted the positions they're in right now, and all boats ticking. Oh, just as I say it, they make a liar of me. They start to wind it up for the finish here. Arsic going up to 34. Velichko's gone up to 34 as well. Just a moment ago, they were all level at 30. Velichko's gone up to 36 now, putting a real push in here to try and close in on Angelova. That could see her avoid the repechage, which when you're doubling up in the double scull as well, you want to avoid as many races as you possibly can. So if she can put in a bit of a push here, she might well avoid the repechage for the single sculls category.
Jovana Arsic iz Srbije je motivirana, kako tudi ne, saj letos Beograd gosti svetovno prvenstvo in vsekakor je tole Evropsko prvenstvo na Bledu dobra iztočnica za dobre uspehe tudi na domačem terenu za to srbsko tekmovalko, ki zdaj kot suvereno prihaja kot vodilna v cilj, sicer prva 3 mesta vodijo v polfinale.
Coming across the line then, Jovana Arsic for Serbia leads the way into the AB semi-final, to be joined by Diaz-Rivas of Spain and Angelova of Bulgaria. A great little push from Marta Velichko for Poland, but she'll go through to the repechage. Racing coming through thick and fast here this morning as we approach midday on day one of the 2023 European Rowing Championships. The first of the heats for the men's single sculls is passing halfway. We've got Alexandros Isimidis for Cyprus in lane 1, Sverre Nielsen for Denmark in 2, Nikolai Peminov for Serbia in lane 3, Brian Kolsch for Ireland in 4, Danny Fridman for Israel in 5, and Lennart van Lierop for the Netherlands in lane 6. Let's jump straight to you, Camilla. What's the story of the race?
Well, the story continues to be a great comeback for Sverre Nielsen of Denmark. He'd parked the single scull in the boat shed for a couple of years after Tokyo and picked it back up for Zagreb, where he went head-to-head with his teammate Bastian Secker for the single seat for the rest of the season. And having won out, he's now here at the European Championships, leading out this first heat of the men's single sculls. And it just looks beautiful out there. It's so glassy. The sun is pounding down on these single scullers, and it just looks like absolutely idyllic rowing conditions. It's won through to the AB semi-final, so currently Nielsen looking great for that. Then moving through the field at the moment, it was Nikolaj Pimenov of Serbia, but it's a fast-moving Dutchman on the outside, lane number 6, Lennart van Lierop, who's been slowly plugging away, keeping his eyes out to the right-hand side of him and plucking his way off through the field. Also, Ireland's Brian Kolsch right there in the thick of it, in the mix, but Nielsen continues to step on following that performance in Zagreb, Richie.
Second in the World Championships, of course, and fourth at the Olympics. Great to see him back here racing. He's a big guy, 6'4", looks very big in the boat, but moves it along beautifully and leading it out here for Denmark and looking to take that one qualifying spot into the semi-final. The other crews, is staying in contention, as Camilla was saying. The Dutch sculler in lane 6 now pushing on and has a really solid 500 to move into second place, just opening up clear water then ahead of the sculler from Serbia, Pimenov in third place ahead of Brian Kolsch of Ireland, back and forth. Both of these rowing side by side here. I think they know that they're heading to the repechage, but they're having a nice little row against each other here ahead of the Cypriot sculler and the back in sixth place at the moment. So just one crew moving on to the semi-final. It does look like in full control here. Sverre Nelson of Denmark leading it out nearest to the grandstand with about 250 meters to go, and really nice rowing as well from Van Lierop of the Netherlands to come in and challenge, but it looks like they'll have to he'll have to go through the repechage process here. Sverre Nielsen leading this one out and looking to take that qualifying spot.
He's had a great race so far on his return to the scull. Van Lierop not getting left behind. He's had a great second half of the race, moving back up from third. Only one place to go through, though, and I think he might be a bit hard pushed to take that away from Sverre Nielsen. So positions, I think, will remain relatively unchanged as they come through to this last 100 metres.
Ja, medtem, ko se je aktualni evropski prvak Melvin Telvar presedil v dvojni dvojec, pa se je Sverre Nielsen preselil nazaj v enojca in ima tudi zdaj le prednost pred ostalimi zasledovalci. Sicer pa disciplina moških enojcev tudi slovensko obarvana v tretji skupini, mimo grede imamo svojega predstavnika.
Sverre Nielsen takes the win, a length and a half up on Lennart van Lierop of the Netherlands. So Nielsen progresses to the AB semi-final. Van Lierop to the repechage, where he'll be joined by third place Brian Kolsch for Ireland. Fourth place Pimenov of Serbia. Fifth we have Zisimidis of Cyprus, and coming in for sixth place there we have Danny Friedman for Israel.
Takole torej imamo tistega, ki se je uvrstil v polfinale, to je torej Sverre Nielsen, ki je tudi osvojil prvo mesto. Ostale čaka seveda repasaž.
Second of the four heats is approaching halfway already. We've got Dovydas Nemirovicius for Lithuania in lane 1, Eskil Borg for Sweden in 2, Kjetil Borg for Norway in lane 3, Gonzalo Garcia Ferrero for Spain in 4, Petavari Molnar Bendeguj for Hungary in 5, and Tim Brace for Belgium in lane 6. They're coming up towards halfway. Nemirovicius out in front ahead of Tim Brace. Not much separating them, though, here, Camilla.
Nothing much separating them at all, and it will be the bow balls of the Lithuanian Nemirovicius that go through the 1,000 first. But Tim Brace of Belgium, a really great transition from him up into this category, and currently leading out some big names here in this field. Kjetil Borg sits all the way down the running order in 5th, certainly not looking likely right now to take a spot through to the AB semi-final directly. But moving through well, as I say, Tim Brace of Belgium is starting to look across at his Lithuanian competitor and eye up when the move might come to take the lead. And he's up at 36 strokes a minute here and looking great out here on these glassy conditions. Then in third position, well, that's the Hungarian Petevari Molnar, but he's in a tight tussle with the Spaniard Garcia Ferrero. Bork sits a little bit further back, about 3/4 of a length down here, maybe just closing to half a length actually as we approach the 750 metre to go marker. But what a great race for the lead here. It's going to come down to the wire, I think, for that AB semi-final spot between Lithuania's Nemravicius and Tim Brace of Belgium. Richie, do you have a better view there from the 500?
To advance on with Sverre Nielsen of Denmark. The two crews just coming up on the 500 metre mark, and really the Lithuanian sculler in lane one doing all the running here, and looks like they are in control. But Tim Bryce rowing very well, as Camilla was saying, making the transition into the single scull, having raced previously in quads. Just coming through 500 now, we'll be able to see who the leaders are. And just one qualifying spot, as we mentioned, coming through. So it is going to be the Lithuanian sculler just by about half a canvas ahead of Bryce of Belgium. They're the 1 and 2. A little bit of clear water then back to the Spanish sculler, Garcia Ferrero, in third place at the moment. A lot of success on the under 23 level, looking to transition now into the senior rowing. He's got a little bit of clear water ahead then of the crews from Norway, Ketelborg. Unusual to see him back the field here in fourth place, just ahead of Petevari Molnar of Hungary in fifth and Borg of Sweden in sixth. We saw Sverre Nielsen doing enough there in the previous heat to qualify for Denmark, and with one spot up for grabs here. Bryce, if he puts a push on, he could get back into contention, but the stronger looking of the crews at the moment is the Lithuanian sculler. He's done most of the running in the last three 400 metres as well to try move ahead, but he's not having it his own way. So just coming into view for you now, Pete, and I think maybe the Lithuanian might have just done enough work to secure the spot.
It looks that way, I think, Richie. You're right. Dovydas Nemravicius for Lithuania out in front by a comfortable margin. He's the only one out there who's really putting in a finishing sprint, and he's got the best boat speed. So he's up at 38 strokes a minute and continuing to pull away from Tim Brace of Belgium, who's looking comfortable over on the far side, and I think accepting of the fact he'll be going to the repechage.
Suverena zmaga se nasmiha Litvancu v tej drugi skupini, mi pa že z enim očesom zremo proti tretji, kjer bo nastopil tudi naš Filip Matej Pfeiffer. Ampak najprej preverimo, kako se bo razpletla ta skupina.
Dovydas Nemravicius for Lithuania takes the win, 2.5 lengths up on Tim Brace, who just fends off a slight push there from the Spaniard Garcia Ferrero, who takes third, half a length ahead of Petevari Molnar of Hungary in fourth. Fifth place goes to Borg of Norway, and then Borg of Sweden in sixth. We'll see them all again in that repechage.
Litvanec Nemravicius torej uvrščen v polfinale, in zdaj prihaja slovensko obarvana skupina moških enojcev. Na progi 2 bodite pozorni, Filip Matej Pfeiffer vesla.
Just getting started, the third heat for the men's single sculls. Just moving off the blocks there. We've got Piotr Plominski for Poland in lane 1. Filip Matej Pfeiffer for Slovenia in lane 2. Christian Vasilev for Bulgaria in lane 3. Canton Antonielli for Monaco in lane 4. Stefanos Tuskos of Greece in 5. And completing the field for Italy in lane 6, Davide Mumolo.
Filip Matej Pfeiffer se je odločno pogral startne linije na drugi progi, vesla torej slovenski adut v tej skupini, sicer pa mu družbo delajo še Poljak na progi 1, na progi 3 je Bolgar, na progi 4 potem imamo na progi 5 Grka in pa na progi 6 Italijana.
Well, they're 250 metres in. Tuskos out in front. He wasn't the fastest out of the blocks. That was the Slovenian Filip Matej Pfeiffer who was quickest, but it's all changed now that they're settling into their race rhythm. Most scullers still up there at 39 strokes a minute. Tuskos starting to pull away now. It's half a length. He's ahead of the rest of the field, who are pretty much level for third, fourth. For second, third and fourth, it's only really now Matej Pfeiffer and the Italian Mumolo dropping out the back of the pack as they start to solidify their positions going through 400 metres. Stefanos Tuskos, the Olympic champion from Tokyo 2020, which of course took place in 2021. And Tuskos looking comfortable out in front, just starting to stride down now. 38 strokes a minute, pulling up to a full length ahead of the rest of the field. So he's going to be one to watch through the course of this competition. Coached by Giovanni Postiglione, and he's really been making waves on behalf of his nation, Greece, in the men's single sculls category. A potential legend to be watching as his career only continues to grow and develop. Now they're coming into sight of Camilla at halfway as they pass through the 600-metre mark. An impressive start for Tuskos. I can't see anybody touching him based on this first 750 metres, Camilla.
Yeah, I think you're right. And look, I think it's been a variable couple of seasons for Tuskos. He went from sort of glory at the Olympic Games, that very surprising gold medal. He just kind of climbed and climbed through the ranks, starting at the European Championships way back when in 2021. But his rise to that Olympic gold medal was just an absolute sort of rocketing performance. He then sort of slipped back. He got a silver medal at last year's European Championships in Munich, but a disappointing 6th at the World Championships. So potentially back on the rise here for the Greek sculler Tuskos. So just one spot through to the AB semi-final. It would be surprising to see the Olympic champion miss out on that, but back in the field, there's still plenty of overlap between the rest of these scullers. I think if I had to choose at the moment, probably Vasilev with the better in second place of Plominski of Poland. Also, we've got Canton Antonielli of Monaco running in third, but potentially it could all be just for the repechage if Tuskos gets any more distance on this race. He's through 1,000 metres now, and you could slot a full boat in between his stern and the bows of Vasilev of Bulgaria. And he continues to move away. He's got a very distinctive style, Tuskos. He gets right out there at the catch, tries to use all of his length around the sides of the boat, and then a really big finish. Having been an ex-lightweight sculler before, I'm sure using every single centimetre of length that he can possibly get is something that has been well coached and well drilled into him from the start. He continues to move away, punching through at 5 strokes a minute. Vasilev continuing in second. It's all tightening up then for third, though, as Vasilev tries to pull himself out. He takes a little look over to see how far Tuskos is away, and it'll be interesting to see what his decision-making kind of entails now. Does he go after Tuskos for that one spot? I think he's too far back, or does he just try and keep the rest of the field at bay? They're moving now into the sprinting stages towards Ritchie in the final 500 metres, and it's wonderful to see Tuskos back on form for Greece, Ritchie.
Absolutely. The few races I've seen him race, normally it looks like he's at coastal rowing. He does love the choppy water, but here in the perfect conditions at Lake Bled, he's rowing admirably here, taking the lead out and taking hopefully that qualifying spot into the semi-finals along with Denmark and Lithuania from the previous races. He's rating quite high. He is up at 35, 36 strokes per minute, and as Camilla was saying, a really long reach from the rower and getting absolutely everything out of every single stroke, and I think that's why he has been so so successful across the boards in the last number of seasons, with the exception of the World Championships last year, but still getting into an A final. If that's an off-season, what a rower he is. So coming through 500 metres, he has clear water now ahead of the Bulgarian sculler Vasilev Christian in second place, just half a length then ahead of Italy, Davide Momolo in third place, and nearest to me Piotr Plumsky of somewhere back then as well in fourth place. And the other scullers, I think, will know that they'll go through the repechage process here. But just coming down with about 300 metres to go, it's all about Tuskos here. He's done all the running since the start, moving out into the lead after about 200 or 300 metres. He's taken full control of the race here and operating at 35. He's definitely not content with just getting a qualifying spot. He's pushing all the way to the line here. Great to see, but there's a real battle then on for second, third and fourth. They will all move on to the repechages. But Pete, coming into view, it's no doubt about the leader, Stefanos Tuskos, leading this one out and looking to join Denmark and Lithuania in the semi-final.
Yeah, looks like he's back on form. And the pre-Olympic year, of course, he'll be gunning for Paris 2024 next year, eager to start building up to that crescendo in the summer of 2024. But to get there, he's got to qualify the boat on behalf of Greece, which means he's got to make sure he's on top form for the World Championships later this summer. And that means building up through the season as it progresses. And he'll be looking to be on the podium, at the very least, I'm sure, at this European Championships.
Poglejmo v stanje v tretji skupini. V vodstvu je Grk pred Bolgarom in Italijanom, ki se borita za drugo mesto. Kje pa je naš Filip Matej Pfeiffer? Trenutno na 5. mestu. Ja, Filip Matej je v tem zadnjem delu pridobil eno mesto in upajmo, da bo tudi v repasažu mu šlo dobro.
Well, it all tightened up towards the end. That really big push then from Christian Vasilev of Bulgaria and David Mumolo of Italy saw them close up to nearly getting overlap with Tuskos. Nothing changed in the end, though. Tuskos progresses to the AB semi-final, and then it was tough to separate Vasilev and Mumolo, just 0.4 of a second between them for second and third. Fourth place, Plominski, and fifth place, then we had Filip Matej Pfeiffer for Slovenia, and then sixth place, Canton Antonielli for Monaco. We'll see them all again in the repechage. We'll jump straight into the next race. It's the fourth and last heat for the men's single sculls. Andre Pinto for Portugal in lane 1. Olli-Pekka Karppinen for Finland in 2. Olli Zeidler for Germany in lane 3. Damir Martin of Croatia in lane 4. And for Azerbaijan in lane 5, we have Baman Naziri. Now, they're already well down the course here. Olli Zeidler leading the way as they come up to 1,400 metres in. So let's jump straight to Richie. How's it looking, Richie?
Yeah, full control here for Olli Zeidler. As we've seen from previous races as well, he wants to dominate from the start. That's his tactic going out, and he's leading it out here ahead of the Damir Martin from Croatia in second place. Damir didn't have a great semi-final in World Cup 1, wasn't really competing in that, but did come back to a lead and take the win in the B final and take 7th overall in World Cup 1. So he'll be looking to get that memory out of his system and push on to qualify in to the A final in this weekend's European Championships. But Olli Zeidler really pushing on. Clearwater lead ahead of Damir Martin at the moment, and the third place all the way back to Nasiri of Azerbaijan in third place as they come up into about 250 metres to go. So we've already seen Denmark, Lithuania and Greece going through. So what a prospect we have in the semi-finals. Olli leading this one out for Germany, centre of the course, able to look left and right and be in full control of the race here, leading it out. But great to see Damir Martin pushing, and hopefully we'll see him challenge in the repechages to make it on into the semi-final, into the final as well. So finish line in sight, and coming into view for you, Pete, all about Olli.
He's a big man, Olli Zeidler, only surpassed in size by his father, Heino Zeidler, policeman from Germany, who happens to be his coach as well. So things paying off here, the father-son combination, as Olli Zeidler's leading this fourth and last heat for the men's singles ahead of Damir Martin, the Olympic silver and bronze medalist. He got the silver in Rio in that hair-raising final, which was, I think, 1,000th of a second to Mahe Drysdale, who took the gold. Then took the bronze at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, and clearly gunning to get the final medal in the colour scheme at the Paris Games next year, but he'll have Olli Zeitler to contest that with. It looks as though everybody's eased off ever so slightly, comfortable with the positions they're currently in.
Ja, Oliver Zeidler je eno od glavnih nemških orožij na letošnjem evropskem prvenstvu na Bledu, tudi prvi v Zagrebu, pa tudi kar nekaj medalj ima v svoji zbirki, tako kot tudi Damir Martin na drugem mestu.
Well, that's Zeidler across the line to take the one place through to the AB semi-final. Damir Martin takes second and goes through to the repechage, along with Nasiri of Azerbaijan, Pinto of Portugal, and then in fifth place we have Karpinen for Finland. Race is truly coming through thick and fast in this last few of this morning's block of racing. We're into the first of the two heats for the lightweight women's double sculls now. We've got Contu and Fitsu for Greece in 1, Miguel Gomez and Lau Sanchez for Spain in 2, Mertz and Roll of Switzerland in 3, Persson and Mork Pedersen for Denmark in 4, Craig and Grant for Great Britain in 5, and Tiefenthaler and Altenhuber for Austria in lane 6.
Ja, počasi se bližamo zaključku dopoldanskega sporeda prvega dne Evropskega prvenstva na Bledu. Tole pa je so že lahki ženski dvojni dvojci, ki tekmujejo. Prva skupina, v njej pa na progi 1 Grčija, na progi 2 Španija, na progi 3 Švica, na progi 4 Danska, na progi 5 Velika Britanija in na progi 6 Avstrija.
Well, it just passed you, Camilla. No surprise to see the reigning world champions out in front.
Yeah, one of the most dominant boats out on the water through last season. The Great Britain lightweight women's double scull won the European Championships in Munich last year by an ocean of clear water, and I suspect they'll be looking to do the same again. Pushed on by a 4th place in the Tokyo Olympic Games and on the run into Paris. I mean, they should be really going for a podium, if not the gold, next year in 2024. But they lead out this first heat of the lightweight women's double sculls in top spot, 1 spot through to the A final. It's then Austria, fresh off a medal at the first World Cup of the season. A nice start for Tiefenthaler and Altenhuber of Austria, and they're going up against a good combination from Greece, Contu and Fitsu. Fitsu, of course, in the lightweight single last year at the European Championships, coming home with silver. But teaming up now with Dimitra Eleni Contu and running in 3rd place. But the real stars of the show going into 500 metres to go, it's Great Britain's Craig and Grant.
Yeah, just coming through 500. They look like a class act here. They've got clear water ahead of the chasing pack behind them, rowing very nicely in the centre of the course there. They are continuing to push on here, rating 34, so a nice steady rhythm from the crew, but they really are 3 or 4 lengths ahead of the Greek crew now in 2nd place, who just have about a canvas ahead of the crew from Austria in 3rd, and the Swiss now coming back into contention as well, so there's very little between those crews, but with just one crew to qualify for the final, those chasing pack crews are just going to be looking at the repechage later on. No doubt about GB leading this one out, but really hot contest here, Pete, between Greece, Switzerland, and on the far side nearest the grandstand is going to be Austria racing it out, and there's none of them taking the foot off the gas here. They're really pushing on here and battling it out for 2nd, 3rd and 4th as we watch GB really push for the line to take that qualifying spot.
Yeah, it's impressive to see Great Britain underrating the rest of the field, but matching them for boat speed. So it implies that there might be another gear to go to should Emily Craig and Imogen Grant need it as they get to the final point of competition later this weekend. They're out in front and looking safe for that one and only A final position, as we now see Mertz and Roll start to wind up through the gears. They've gone to 39 strokes a minute to try and push through Greece and make sure they stay ahead of Austria. They'll be competing for the small places in this heat because most of the boats behind Great Britain, in fact all of the boats behind Great Britain, will go to the repechage.
Ja, Britanki sta odločeni, da zadržita evropsko krono. Emily Craig in pa Imogen Grant sta namreč aktualni evropski prvakinji med ženskimi lahkimi dvojnimi dvojci. In to tudi upravičujete v teh zadnjih zaveslajih, čeprav tudi tamle ni za odpisati tudi ostale posadke, ki se borijo za drugo mesto.
So Great Britain take the win, and then in that push for 2nd place, Contu and Fitsu for Greece won that ahead of Switzerland. So Greece second, Switzerland third. Fourth then is Austria. Fifth goes to Denmark, and coming in for sixth place, we have Spain. We'll see all of them again in the repechage. Time to find out who's joining Great Britain directly through to the A final. The second heat is already fast approaching, 1500. We've got Casey and Kremen for Ireland in lane 1, Tarantola and Bove for France in 2, the Reichardt twins from Germany in lane 3, Cesarini and Crosio for Italy in 4, and Radosh and Velner for Poland in lane 5. They're just going through 1300 metres at the moment. France out in front, Laura Tarantola and Claire Beauvais are leading, but hot on their heels here, Richie. Radosh and Velner had just dropped back. They were leading through the 1,000, so it looks like France have had a great third 500.
Yeah.
So they're coming up towards 1,500 metres in. France have had a great third 500. They moved from third at 500, second at the 1,000, and then they're now leading half a length up on Poland going through 1,500. So it's an impressive performance from Laura Tarantola and Claire Beauvais. They were fourth place at the World Championships last year, but they are Olympic silver medalists from Tokyo just a couple of years ago. So they'll be looking to peak on form again, ready for Paris 2024 next year. They're currently holding just over a second's margin ahead of Poland. We'll see what Martina Radosh and Katarzyna Velner can do coming into this finishing sprint, whether they want to absolutely go for it. We see them start to wind up now, 37 strokes a minute, looking for a push to try and contest that one place into the A final.
Ja, obeta se nam zanimiv zaključek druge skupine lahkih ženskih dvojnih dvojcev. V vodstvu sta sicer Francozinji, ampak tudi Poljakinji nista prav daleč zadaj, tako da se z močnim finišem lahko marsikaj zgodi. Sicer pa zgolj prvo mesto vodi v finale A, ostale pa bodo morale poskusiti svojo srečo ponovno v repasažu. Pa poglejmo, kako se bo razpletlo vse skupaj. Zdajle lahko že tudi v ciljnem izteku vidimo vse te posadke, torej v spredju dvoboj med francoskim in pa polskim čovnom, katera posadka bo na koncu imela več moči za tale zaključek. Zaenkrat še vedno v vodstvu Francozinji, ampak tudi Poljakinji se ne data.
Well, we've had an outbreak of racing here coming to the last 250, really being pushed now. This has forced Tarantola and Beauvais for France up to 40 strokes a minute. Poland's Radosh and Velner are up to 37. I think France have done just enough here. There's a length separating them coming into the last 100 or so metres. Tight then for the places behind. Casey and Kremen of Ireland currently riding in third place, trying to hold out ahead of Italy and Germany. But I think this race really has been all about Claire Beauvais and Laura Tarantola of France, who have just gradually mown down the field through the middle 1,000 to lead comfortably 2.5 lengths up across the line. They take the place into the A final. Poland second, third goes to Ireland, fourth Germany, and then fifth place Italy. We'll see them progress to the repechage.
Ja, Poljakinji sta očitno ugotovili, da sta Francozinji premočni, zato sta malce prihranili moči za repasaž in tam bodo potem tudi ostale ekipe, medtem ko Francozinji romata direktno v finale A.
Well, we move from the lightweight women's double sculls to the women's quadruple sculls. The first heat is just passing halfway. We've got Poland in lane 1, Germany in 2, Czech Republic in lane 3, Great Britain in 4, Ukraine in 5, and Romania in lane 6. Great Britain out in front at the moment, but nothing separating them from Romania. Just 0.3 of a second behind Great Britain. Only one place to play for into that A final. So let's catch up with Camilla to see how things look at halfway.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, Ukraine coming off the back of an amazing performance at World Cup 1 to be breathing down the neck of Great Britain, who are looking to defend a European Championship title. 50% of the crew returning for Great Britain. Glover and Brayshaw in the stern pair, joined by Hannah Scott from the single last season, and newcomer debutante Lauren Henry into the bow seat, still under 23 eligible. And they have been leading by half a canvas over Ukraine through the first half of this course. As they go through the third 500 metres, though, still just, well, barely anything separating, and a big kick from Ukraine there has just seen their bow ball move into the lead for the first time in this race. Only one to progress through to the A final. It's a head-on-head battle that is moving further and further away from the rest of these crews. Romania sit in third place. It's then Germany in fourth, ahead of Poland. And the Czech Republic as well. But my word, Richie, I hope you've got plenty of breath to call this one through to the line.
Oh God, I think this might be the closest race that we've seen here, especially with there's only one qualifying spot here. Earlier races we saw crews just sitting back and happy to go to repêchages, but these two crews are really battling it out here and looking to take the qualifying spot into the A final. Very little between them. The Ukrainians did take the lead there briefly in the last 500 meters, but GB have responded now and they've moved back out to about a third of a length lead ahead of the Ukraine. And then they've Clearwater back to Romania, back in third place ahead of Germany and the Czech Republic, and the crew from Poland some way back in fifth and sixth. So great job here from GB to move back into the lead. Let's see what Ukraine have though left in the tank. We've seen how successful they have taken that win in World Cup 1 recently. They'll be coming off a high, but the experience and the power of the GB crew might just hold on to the lead here. And Pete, I think in the last 200-300 meters, GB have just done enough now to move back into the lead ahead of Ukraine.
Yeah, great gear change in the GB boat. Lucy Glover just shifting things ever so slightly in the rhythm, and that's seen them peak a little bit further ahead out in front of Ukraine. It's up to nearly a length they hold now, is the margin of safety for their place into the A final. Ukraine putting in a valiant effort here though. Katerina Dudchenko in the strokes. He holds them at 37 strokes a minute, not quite matching GB for boat speed, but certainly is enough to see them pulling away from the rest of the field. Germany currently holding tied third place with Romania, so they've moved up through the field. It's been a good last 300 meters or so for them.
Ja, kakšen dvoboj med britansko posadko in pa Ukrajino. Britanska posadka sicer v nekoliko spremenjeni obliki, lani evropska prvakinja in tudi zdaj kot prva prihaja skozi cilj, a tudi Ukrajina ni od muh.
So Great Britain take the win in that one place to the A final. Second place Ukraine lead the way into the repêchage, where they'll be joined by Romania and Germany coming in for third and fourth. And then fifth place goes to the Czech Republic ahead of sixth place Poland. They'll all go to the repêchage. So that was the first of the two heats for the women's quadruple sculls. Next up is the second one. Norway are in lane 1, Italy in 2, France in lane 3, the Netherlands in 4, and Switzerland in lane 5. 750 meters in, and currently out in front, it's the Netherlands, not holding the largest of margins ahead of France currently in second place. So let's catch up with Camilla. Camilla, how are things looking in the middle of the lake? The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day. It's flat as a pancake on the water down here at the finish. Any breeze whatsoever in the middle?
Do you know what? It did pick up a little bit, Pete. About 10 minutes ago, we were kind of just chatting here on the catamaran saying it was a northerly wind just kind of blowing very briefly on our backs, which is a nice cross tailwind for these quads to be taking on the course. That's died down somewhat now. It's now back to stillness and a bit of heat here for them to contend with, which potentially just as challenging. But no challenges here for the Netherlands. This combination sort of newly put together through the linchpin of the stern pair, Tessa Dollemans and Ilse Kolkman, returning from last year's silver medal winning crew, now being sort of joined by Lisa Skaynard, a former single sculler herself, and then in the bow seat, Martina Veldhuis, the lightweight. It's giving them a 3/4 of a length lead over France, who sit equally second with Switzerland. Switzerland bouncing back after sort of a large defeat to the Ukrainian crew at World Cup 1, but they seem to be right up here with the pack, barely a length off the leading Dutch crew running alongside France. It's then Italy that sit in fourth, just shy of 3/4 of a length back on that French-Swiss battle, and then 3/4 of a length again back. It's Norway in 5th position. But the Netherlands in this new combination still looking fairly comfortable out in front. But as we saw in that previous race, very easy to wind up the ratings, be caught napping and produce a length from somewhere. So if either France or Switzerland have the intention to try and claim that top spot through to the A final, the Netherlands better watch out, Richie.
All to play for here, and again, just one crew to qualify, looking to move on with GB from the previous heat. And these quad races, these boats move so quick that they can, if they can change gear and a nice push on over the space of 10-20 strokes, can really put them back into contention here and look to challenge for the spots. Really, our leaders are out there now from the Netherlands, and there's very little between the chasing pack. So that's where all the action is at the moment. Centre of the course in lanes 2, 3 and 4 between Netherlands leading it out, France and Italy in 2nd and 3rd. The Netherlands just coming through just by about a small bit of clear water now, ahead of the crew from Italy, now moving in to take 2nd place ahead of France. So it's Italy now moving into 2nd ahead of France in 3rd, and staying in contention the Swiss and the Norway crews as well. But the work all being done at the moment by this new combination, as Camilla was saying, from the Netherlands. They have just changed gear again in the last couple of strokes to really want to secure that spot, not get in any trouble coming into the run-in. So it's all about this Dutch crew looking to secure the spot along with GB, and there'll be lots of encouragement from the grandstand as well. But great racing from Italy to come pass out the French crew to move into 2nd place.
Yeah, it's an impressive race so far from the Netherlands. Of course, as we've heard, Dullemans and Kolkman, they were silver medalists at the World Championships in the quad last year, now joined by the well-experienced Lisa Skeinerd in the 2-seat and the lightweight silver medalist from last year, Martine Veldhuis, in the bow seat.
Ja, nova nizozemska kombinatorika se je očitno izkazala za zmagovalno, kajti posadka Nizozemske prihaja kot prva proti cilju, v ozadju pa dvoboj med posadkama Italije in pa Francije za simbolično drugo mesto v tem pretekmovanju. Seveda bo potem šlo zares v repasažu za te posadke. No, nizozemski pa se nasmiha seveda uvrstitev neposredno v A-finale.
Well, coming across the line then, that's the Dutch securing their place into the A final. Italy, a 1/3 of a length ahead of France, who have half a length on Switzerland, and then I think it was half a length back to Norway. We'll see all those trailing 4 boats again in the repechage. So that was the women's quads done, the 2 heats. We've now got the 2 heats for the men's quads. We've got Romania in lane 1 for this first heat, Italy in 2. They've had a crew change. Luca Chiumento is due to be in the 3-seat, replaced now by Simone Venier. Ukraine then in the 3-seat in the lane 3, Germany in 4, Great Britain in 5 and Lithuania in lane 6.
Takole, zdaj pa že nadaljujemo s predzadnjo današnjo dopoldansko disciplino. To pa so moški dvojni četverci in tole je že prva skupina, tudi z evropskimi prvaki, aktualnimi evropskimi prvaki Italijani na progi 2, sicer pa na progi 1 Romunija, na progi 3 Ukrajina, na progi 4 Nemčija, na progi 5 Velika Britanija in pa na progi 6 Litva.
Well, they're kind of towards halfway. Great start for Italy here. And going with them, Ukraine. Ukraine were silver medalists in Zagreb, Camilla. Seems that the pace in Zagreb is now comparable to what we're seeing here now that a few more nations have joined the field.
Yes, being able to translate that speed from the first World Cup, that bit of racing experience under your belt, very useful. And as we hit halfway, Ukraine are just going to become victim to Great Britain, who have just pierced through the 1,000 in second place and really have the boat speed with them here. Something's happened, something's clicked a few strokes before the 1,000, and they're starting to go after the Italians. The Italians, of course, bronze medalists from last year's World Championships, European champions from last last year. They're well decorated, this quartet, but Great Britain, a few new faces on board in the form of Callum Dixon in the bow seat, joining Barras, Haywood and Bourne, who picked up a silver medal at that same World Championship. So it's the same old battle. Italy, Great Britain, similar to last year's A final at the World Championships. Great Britain moving now to run up alongside Italy. But just taking a quick look, indeed, Great Britain in this third 500, much like a blueprint for a lot of their other crews, have just taken the lead by a matter of centimetres. They'll be coming into view of Richie now. Can the Italians do anything to respond here, Richie?
A really solid 500, as you said, Camilla, to see GB move into the lead, and they look like the crew that have the finish line in sight already. They're putting another squeeze on, just coming through 500, rowing really nicely here. Amazing blade work on display, as always, in the quad boats, as we can see coming through 500. They're going to come through. It is going to be GB leading it out, just ahead of the Italians then, and right beside them the Romanians now coming back into contention in lane one, just coming up to challenge the Italians for second place in this men's first heat of the men's quad. The Ukrainians, fresh off of their win, as we said, in the World Cup 1, back and forth at the moment ahead of Germany and the crew from Lithuania, but no doubt about the GB crew. But watch these Romanians. They've just in the last 300 metres snuck up on the Italians there. They're nearest to the finish line and tower, furthest away from the grandstand, and they might just come up and challenge for second ahead of the crew from Italy. But no doubt about it, nice 500 there from GB, looking up, and Pete, they look good for this qualifying spot.
They do, don't they, Richie? I mean, they've come back from third place here. We've got Tom Barras, Matt Haywood, George Bourne and Callum Dixon. The GB fans in the stands will be pleased to see them coming back from third place. George Bourne obviously doesn't go anywhere without his following his travelling entourage. I know that Kate and Nicky are in the grandstand over there. There's a huge amount of support for this squad as they look to turn their silver medal from the World Championships last year potentially into a top of podium gold here at the European Championships, and they're certainly setting a pace that is formidable for any other crew to compete with. We'll have to see what happens in the second heat coming up shortly.
Je kakšna borba za tole prvo mesto, ki ga na koncu osvajajo Britanci, britanska posadka, ampak tudi v ozadju troboj ekip za tole zmago, ki je šla na koncu torej Britancem.
Well, Romania took the second place across the line there, so they lead the way into the repechage, joined by Ukraine, and then shortly astern from them we had Lithuania, Germany and Italy. So Italy came in fourth place, and then Germany and Lithuania. So we'll see them progress through to the repechage. Now that was the first heat. Time to beat is 5:46.44. So we'll look to see what happens in the next race, because in this second heat we have the reigning world champions Poland, who will be looking to retain their top of podium position. They were silver medalists at the European Championships in Munich last year. So let's see what happens here. In this lineup for the second heat, though, we've got Switzerland in lane 1, Norway in 2, Poland in 3, the Netherlands in 4, and Croatia in lane 5.
Tukaj je še peterica posadk iz druge skupine. Na progi 1 Švica, na progi 2 Norveška, na progi 3 Poljska, na progi 4 Nizozemska in pa na progi 5 hrvaška posadka.
Well, they're going through 800. Poland and the Netherlands absolutely neck and neck at the front of the field. And it's interesting to see what the Dutch have done here, Camilla, bringing in Tony Wheaton and Koen Metzemakers, the Olympic champions from Tokyo 2020, to join Finn Florijn and Simon van Dorp. That makes quite a formidable lineup in that Dutch quad.
Yeah, the Dutch seem to be getting their ducks in a row, don't they? Especially in the men's sculling side, returning the double, Tweelaar and Bronink, back, restoring that to its former glory, bringing in Metzemakers and Wheaton into the quad. And they are closing in now on Poland, the reigning world champions. It's about a canvas. And I've just heard a call there from the Dutch crew. I'm not quite sure what they said, but something has just allowed them to just get a little bit of extra speed, and with every stroke that's taken, another centimetre gained, and they're now starting to move into that top spot for the first time in this heat. So Poland and Netherlands going head-to-head for that top spot through to the A final. It's then the Norwegians that sit in third, and then a great race between Croatia and Switzerland for the fourth and fifth positions. But the Dutch, they are just motoring through this third 500. They're eating it up, and I'm sure with the power of Simon van Dorp, one of the members of the elusive sub 540 club that he did in 2019, a lot of watts, a lot of power there in the two-seat for the Dutch. It's allowing them just to push back on Poland. But wait, a response from Poland. They've taken the rate to 38 strokes a minute. And Richie, my information was out of date. Maybe you can tell us more.
Yeah, these quad races are giving us some of the races of the day that we've had so far. It looks like the Polish crew now have come back into the lead. So they responded to the challenge from the Dutch crew that pulled into the lead in the last couple of 100 metres. But the Polish crew now coming back. But literally there's 1 or 2 strokes just separating them. So anything can change in this last 500 metres. We're just watching them come through the 500 metre mark now. And it is the Polish crew just by, I'd say, not even a third of a canvas ahead of the Dutch crew. So they're the 1 and 2. Clearwater then back some way to the Norwegian crew, who in turn have Clearwater over the Swiss crew, and the crew from Croatia back in 5th place. So looking good here at the moment for Poland to move on to the next race with GB. But the Dutch crew, again, coming back at them. They're doing their best to get back into contention here, and they're matching stroke for stroke. Both crews at 41, 42 strokes per minute. Pete, you're going to have to dust off the photo finish there between these two, because it's all to play for who's going to qualify into the final here.
Yeah, this is a really close one. Absolutely bow ball for bow ball, matched for boat speed, matched for rating. It's neck and neck here between Poland and the Netherlands. They were 2 seconds quicker through the 1,000 and 2 seconds quicker through 1,500 than the previous heat. So these two absolutely going for that one place into the A final. Poland up at 44, but now starting to emerge ahead at 42 strokes a minute, the Dutch.
Ja, kakšna srhljivka na Bledskem jezeru med nizozemsko in polsko posadko. Vsak meter šteje in zdajle počasi prihaja proti cilju. Nizozemska posadka zdajle pospešuje, bo uspela zadržati to prednost.
Here we go. The Netherlands take the win, half a length ahead in the end, ahead of Poland. Such a formidable combination when you've got Florijn and Van Dorp already in the quad, and then you bring in the Olympic champions from the quad, Tony Vitin and Koen Metzimakers, to form what is going to be a very, very fast boat. They were 4 seconds quicker than the previous heat in this race, clearly pushed by the Polish all the way to the line. It's going to make for some hot racing as we get to the sharper end of competition this weekend. So the lineup then saw Poland take second, Norway third, Switzerland fourth, 5th place. Croatia, we'll see them again in the repechage. Next race is already on the course. It's the preliminary race for the men's 8. So being a preliminary race, there is no discernible progression system from this. They will all progress through to the A final, but their positions in this preliminary race may determine the lane order that they are set up in for that A final. So it's also the opportunity for them to make the get the size of each other, essentially. They're coming up through 750, but let me tell you who's taking part. We've got Germany in lane 1, Romania in 2, Italy in lane 3, Netherlands in 4, Poland in 5, and Great Britain in lane 6.
Je še zadnja disciplina v tem današnjem dopoldnevu. Moški osmerci so zdajle na vodi, 6 posadk, ki se borijo seveda za čim boljšo progo v samem finalu. Torej vseh 6 čolnov se je že uprebilo v finale A. Zdaj je samo še vprašanje, na kateri progi bodo nastopili.
Well, they're coming through 900 metres. Great Britain out in front. They've got perhaps a quarter of a length, is that, Camilla?
Just if that, and this is the great bounce back from Germany, who sit in second position at the moment. The Netherlands also vying for that second spot, and just as I say that, a couple of big strokes has pushed them now to being about a third of a length down on Great Britain. Great Britain again using this time through the middle thousand, much like all of their other crews, to really extend their lead, and Tom Ford in the stroke seat will now be able to just catch sight of the Dutch bow ball. The Dutch returning off to that insane performance at last year's Munich European Championships, where they caught that boat-stopping crab in the first 200 metres to return to a silver medal. But they're now one length down on Great Britain, who have really pulled the pin on it and now sit one length up on the Dutch. An absolutely emphatic performance here from GB. Only one change in this crew. Jacob Dawson sits in the 3 seat from last year's World Championship winning crew, and they look on fine form once again. The Dutch, well, it's a really intense racing position here for Duca Feta in the Cox's seat. She's driving them now to a 3/4 length lead over Italy, who have pushed back on Germany now to take third spot. Italy sitting ahead of the Germans. Richie, over to you at 500.
There's nothing quite like the noise of an eighth race, and we were hearing your engine in the background trying to keep up with the crews here as they come in with 500 to go. What a great prospect it is when we have the A final later on. Germany on the rise again as they are rebuilding from a disappointing 2022 season, and they're in contention here in third at the moment, but no doubt about the leaders, the unbeaten crew from GB, leading it out just a length ahead of the crew from the Netherlands in second place. It's the Italian crew now who have moved past the Germans just in the last 150 metres or so to challenge for third place, ahead of the Germans in fourth, Romania fifth, and then the crew from Poland, back in sixth place. But no doubt about the leaders, GB leading it out, and as we said, they're racing here in the preliminary race, looking for the race lanes as they come into the last few hundred metres. Germany, we were hoping to see them challenge back up, but the Italians having a really great race here and putting it up to the crew from the Netherlands here as they come in towards the finish. Pete, all about GB, but great to see such a competitive race for second, third and fourth.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff here from Great Britain. They've been underrating the rest of the field, but having better boat speed despite that lower rating. So an impressive and powerful performance here. Stroked by Tom Ford, coxed by Harry Brightmore. A really impressive performance. This will stand them in good stead for the A final. But we haven't seen everything just yet from the Dutch, who are currently making the best of that battle for second.
Ja, kakšna zanimiva dirka že v tem finalu, pred finalom v konkurenci osmercev. V ospredju sicer aktualni evropski prvaki Britanci, ampak v ozadju kakšna bitka za drugo mesto. Res kot bi šlo za medalje, izjemno, in zdaj so v cilju.
Well, Great Britain took the win ahead of the Netherlands, then Romania, Italy and Germany for third, fourth and fifth, and then sixth place goes to Poland. We'll see all of those boats race again in that A final. This was their opportunity to get the size of each other and see what race strategies might be effective or less effective as they go down the 2,000-metre course. So a lot to reflect on before we get to the weekend's A final, where they'll next face each other and medals will be at stake. So a confidence-building performance for Great Britain out in front, and I think eyes will be on what the Dutch can do when it comes to that A final, because an impressive performance nonetheless from them, particularly through that last 500. They closed Great Britain's lead down from 6.5 seconds to 2.5 seconds. So a very, very strong final 500 from the Netherlands. Lots to look forward to, though, in the men's 8 category. We can look forward to that A final on Saturday afternoon, the last race of the day on Saturday.
Ja, vsekakor se nam obeta zanimiv finale. Osmercev, Velika Britanija torej kot prva na današnji preliminarni tekmi. Nizozemci bodo tudi nevarni, tole so danes že dokazali, sicer pa tudi ostale posadke. Lahko rečemo, da po tem odboju, ki so ga prikazali danes, se nam obeta res prava poslastica v finalu konec tedna.
Well, folks, what a start to the 2023 European Rowing Championships. It's been an absolutely jam-packed schedule of racing through this morning thus far. Don't go anywhere just yet, though. We've still got a couple more races to come in the programme. At 1:15 at 1:15, we'll have 3 spares races. This is our opportunity to cheer on and encourage those that have travelled with the nations here to be spares should anybody fall ill through the course of the championship, so we can at least give them some encouragement as they come in and race representing their countries in the spares races. And then we've got 2 repêchages for the lightweight men's double sculls. The first off at 1:35 and the second one at 1:40. So 3 or 4 more races still to come. Don't go anywhere just yet. Let's enjoy the spares races at 1:15 and the 2 remaining repêchages just after 1:30.
Ja, nikar nam ne pobegnite še, kajti nismo še povsem zaključili z današnjim programom. 15 minut čez 1 bodo najprej na sporedu 3 sper tekme, potem pa še 2 repasaža. Prvi se začne ob 13:35 minut, drugi pa 40, se pravi ob 13:40 minut. Medtem, ko čakate, se seveda lahko malce osvežite, si privoščite kaj za to, da boste lažje navijali, lažje spodbujali veslačice in veslače, ki nastopajo na letošnjem evropskem prvenstvu tukaj v našem idiličnem Bledu.
Well, folks, I hope you're enjoying your brief break in the racing, but a race has just started. I mentioned that the spares races would be going off from 1:15. So let me tell you what we've got coming down the course right now. We've got the women's single sculls from the Netherlands, Germany 1, Switzerland, Germany 2 and Romania in a race with the Swiss lightweight women's single scull. So there's 6 lanes being used, but 2 different boat classes taking part in this same spares race. So it's very much a battle of pride of place here with these 6 boats going off together. We've got Richie on the island at 1500. Richie, it's great to see that the spares from each of the squads get a little bit of a run out on the course here in this beautiful place and on this beautiful lake in Bled.
Absolutely, and these races were postponed due to the bad weather that we heard earlier on, so I'm sure they're not going to be complaining that they weren't out in the thunderstorms and the lightning that we saw earlier in the week, and they're getting the chance to race here on day 1 of the European Championships. Great to have them here and taking part and getting the experience and exposure as well. So we'll shortly have them coming into view, and we'll be starting, as you were saying there, Pete, with the women's single sculls. So it's going to be nice to see 6 boats coming down race. Nice. They'll be looking to make their mark as well for selection later on in the year. There's still a lot of international regattas to come. So these scullers and the following crews that we're going to see, they're all going to be competing to try to get back and seat race into the boat. So it's all to play for here in the first series of the spares races coming down towards us shortly.
Yeah, absolutely right, Richie. It's one of those things where race experience is so important to athletes as they're building their experience and growing into the squad that they're representing. And this is a good opportunity, despite not being necessarily in the running for a championship title or in the knockouts of the championship tournament. They're at least out there getting a run in on the course, getting a feel for how it works with regards to the starting process, competing against other international athletes, and getting a feel for how their nation's training program has set them up as a squad versus some of the other nations that are out there. And as you say, selection is all important, and this is another opportunity for their coaches to see how they perform at world standard and what that might mean for their selection later on through the course of not only this summer, but in the lead up to the Paris 2024 Olympic Games next year, being a key milestone that many of these athletes will be considering when it comes to all of the racing that they're doing right here and now. But let's catch up with Natasha. Natasha, you can inform everybody in the local language what's going on.
Of course. Torej, zdaj imamo na sporedu tekmo, lahko rečemo, tistih preostalih posadk, ki sicer niso dobile priložnosti v samem tekmovalnem delu Evropskega prvenstva tukaj na Bledu, ampak je vsekakor dobrodošlo za trenerje, za selektorje, da vidijo, kako se obnesejo posamezne posadke, hkrati pa tudi nekakšen test za vse tekmovalke in tekmovalce, ki nastopajo v teh rezervnih tekmah, da vidijo, kakšen je njihov stik s samo tujo konkurenco. In imamo tudi že prvo tekmo oziroma 2 tekmi v eni na vodi. Trenutno imamo torej ženske na vodi v enojcih in pa eno posadko v konkurenci lahkih enojcev za ženske. Če smo čisto natančni, na progi 1 je Nizozemska, na progi 2 Nemčija 1, na progi 3 Švica, na progi 4 še ena nemška posadka, na progi 5 Romunija in pa na progi 6 torej lahka veslačica iz Švice.
Well, it is beautiful conditions out there here on Lake Bled. Richie, you were on the island. I'm not sure how many people have had the opportunity to get to the island. How is it from there?
I've been inundated with visitors. I'd like to think that they're coming to see me and to get to know me a bit better, but there's an absolutely stunning church here with bell tower, and there's boats travelling out on a regular basis. So there's plenty of people coming over on a tourist visit, and while they're here, they're taking the opportunity to be up close and personal with the races as well. So it's an ideal viewing spot. I'm set up just on the corner in front of the 500 metre mark, so I get a great run from about 800 in, and I can see all the way down to those red buoys that come into your view when the crews come up into the last finishing slot for 250 metres to go. Absolutely picturesque views all around here, and you can see everyone really enjoying it. The race that we were talking about now just coming into view is the women's single scull. 6 boats here between Netherlands, Germany 1, Switzerland, Germany 2, Romania, and Switzerland 2 on the far side as well. So They're just coming through 500. Ideal rowing conditions here. We had a little slight crosswind earlier on. There's a nice little cool breeze on the rowers right now as they come through 500, and it is the Netherlands leading it out in lane 1, so she's going to be closest to you, Pete, when they come into view, leading it out from Germany 1 at the moment in lane 2. Then it's over to Romania leading in 3rd place, just ahead of the sculler from Switzerland in 4th, and the second Swiss sculler out on the far enclosure in lane 6 in 5th place. The Germany 2 sculler some way back in 6th place at the moment. But great to see, we were talking about, great to see them here out in a very competitive race, but really nice rowing from the Dutch sculler, leading it out with about 250 to go, making use of the nice tailwind that's there. These lightweight, these rowers, including the lightweight rower, love a nice tailwind to push the boat along. So just coming into view for you now, Pete, and it is going to be Netherlands leading it out ahead of Germany in 2nd, and the Swiss sculler then back in 3rd.
Yeah, great race this. As we've said, it's the women's single and lightweight singles that are together here coming in this spares race now into the last 250 metres or so. And still quite a tightly packed field. It's impressive stuff to see the Swiss athlete over on the grandstand side of the course, being a lightweight athlete, still very much in the mix despite racing against open weight athletes here. So really making the best of her power to weight ratio and a slightly higher rate of striking coming into the last 200 metres, but the standout performance from the Dutch athlete on the tower side of the course, a really, really impressive race from start to finish, leading now with a comfortable margin of open water on the rest of the field.
Ja, tukaj prihajajo torej veslačice, ki nastopajo v prvi tekmi dodatnih posadk, v ospredju pa Nizozemka in potem sledi tamle na progi 5 Romunka, tudi Švicarka, ki sicer nastopa v lahkem čovnu, je blizu, ampak še pred njo pa posadka Nemčije 1.
Well, the Dutch squad will be pleased to see that their spare has won the spares race for the women's single in comfortable style, a couple of lengths up on what looked level across the line between Germany 1 and Romania. They were pretty much level across the line, and then we had the Swiss scullers coming across almost in unison, the open weight and lightweight athletes ahead of Germany 2. So that's the first of the spares races done. Fantastic performance from the Dutch. They get to walk away with the pride of place from their spares race. The next one's already coming down the course, though. So we've got the spares race for the men's single. 5 boats taking part: Germany, Norway, Italy, Spain, and Great Britain. So let's catch up with Richie. How far off you are they, Richie?
They're some way back. I think they're just probably going through about 500-600 meters at the moment, so some way off before they'll come into my full view here. But yeah, great races we saw there. 6 boats, all competitive, and interesting to see, as you were saying, Pete, the lightweight sculler in the previous race pushing on and be up ahead of some of the other scullers that are there. So that'll be a nice little bonus for her in the race that she had. The other scullers here coming down, we'll have Germany, Norway, Italy, Spain, and GB in the men's race. It looks like to me out on the far side, the GB sculler is leading this one out in the men's single. So a little bit of clear water. They'll be coming up. Actually, he's quite ahead by the looks of it here, ahead of Spain, Italy, Norway, and Germany. And again, the wind just seems to be picking up a little bit more now. Definitely nothing that will challenge the crews here, but it is nice to sometimes get a nice tailwind to push the boat along and help with the timing. It looks like GB rating nice and high. I have a stroke meter here on my phone, so I'm following it on that, and he's up nice competitive 34, 35 strokes per minute, really pushing on here and rowing very nicely in the far side nearest to the bandstand when they come into view. The German sculler then nearest to me, rowing quite well as well in 2nd place. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, ahead of Spain and Norway. Don't think we have the Italian sculler that I was expecting to see. But just watching here, the sculler from GB coming through, really nice rowing from him. He's got about 2 or 3 lengths of clear water ahead of Germany. They're the 1 and 2. And really both scullers pushing on here all the way to the line, coming through the 500-meter mark. The Norwegian scully in third place here, ahead of Spain. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4. But really nice to see the two crews here. The German sculler trying to get back in contention with the sculler from GB and push all the way to the line. The Austrian sculler, or sorry, no, Norway sculler just doing enough there to hold off the Spanish sculler. You can maybe hear out the bells from the bell tower that I was talking about on the island here in the background as we're watching the crews. So Pete, they've just coming into view here in the men's single race. A nice little run here for GB, leading it out ahead of Germany in second place, Norway in third, and Spain back in fourth.
Yeah, great outing from the GB athlete, leading the way in. Germany holding on to second place. Field spread out, quite spread out now. And I think the only one who's dropped out the back of the pack may be the Italian. We'll see as they come into the last 100 metres here. Strong sprint coming in from Great Britain on the grandstand side of the course, really winding it up for a strong finish here. The others just maintaining their race rhythm. I think a bit of a show from Great Britain here will give some confidence to the GB squad when their spare wins. There's a couple of lengths of clear water he's holding over the German athlete. Just a quick peek over his shoulder to see how much further away that finish line is. And that is the win in this spares race for Great Britain. Germany coming in for second. And then we look to the centre here. Norway and Spain pretty much level in the middle of the field here. Pretty much nothing to separate them.
Tole je bila torej tekma dodatnih moških enojcev, kjer se je zmage veselil predstavnik Velike Britanije, na drugem mestu potem Nemčija in seveda na tretjem mestu, za tretje mesto sta se potem pomerila Španec in pa Norvežan.
We've got one last spares race to enjoy, which is actually a combination of 3 boat classes. So lining up and already underway, in fact, we've got 3 men's pairs, Germany in lane 1, Great Britain in 2, and Romania in 3. We've got a men's double, Great Britain in lane 4. And then completing the field, we have a women's pair in lane 6 from Great Britain. So 3 GB boats, 1 in each of the boat classes. And then we've got Germany men's pair in lane 1 and Romania men's pair in lane 3. Now they're just coming out through 600, but I'll let Natasha tell you who's in the race in Slovenian before we jump to Camilla to find out what's going on.
Ja, tokrat imamo pa 3 tekme v eni in sicer imamo 3 dvojce nemškega, angleškega in pa oziroma britanskega in pa romunskega na prvih 3 progah. Potem na progi 4 je britanski dvojni dvojec in pa na progi 6 še ženski dvojec iz Velike Britanije. To je torej ena tekma in pa 3 različne discipline, torej 3 različne posadke. In seveda zdaj le spremljamo vse to na Blejskem jezeru. Poglejmo, kako jim gre.
Okay, so this race now coming up towards halfway. Camilla, how's things looking from where you are?
Yeah, just through halfway, Pete, actually, and motoring towards the 12:50 marker. And because this is 3 different categories in one race, presumably what's happened is the slowest boat type will have gone off first. So the one women's pair from GB that still leads the way, Flo Donald and Rebecca Edwards, and they're being reeled in by the men's pairs race, which similarly is being led by Great Britain ahead of Germany and Romania. It's about a length to Great Britain in that 3-boat race of the men's spare pair. It's then the British men's double of Tobias Schroeder and Aidan Thompson that are chasing down the leading 4 boats. Their job is to try and make this as close a race as possible as they come into the final 500 metres. And all being well, and the jury having set these boats off at the right cadence, we should start to see a race developing into the sprinting stages as they all start to come together. Richie, is that what's happening? Is that what's happening at the 500 to go?
Yeah, it looks like we've lined up a showstopper here, real crowd pleaser for the last 500 meters. They're just coming up and starting to overlap with each other as well. But great to see the women's pair leading it out here. I know they would have gone off ahead, but we can row with them and urge them on to try stay in contention as they push through. But the men's pair from GB just moving into the lead now, about a length ahead of the women's crew that are there, and the crew then from Romania and Germany in the pairs races. The double doing their very best to get back into contention, and I'm sure they'll be looking to push on in the last 500 to get back. The women's pair still doing really well here. I know they had that head start, but they're holding off some of the challenges that are there in the men's pairs races as well. So a nice little race for them to get under the belts here as they come down to about 250 to go. Nice rowing from the GB crews, Flo and Rebecca in the women's pair, Aidan Thompson and Tobias Schroeder in the men's pair leading this one out, and the double I believe is Will Stewart and Sam Nunn. There, but it's the GB men's pair rowing very nicely here. A couple of lengths of clear water, Pete, ahead of the German pair and the pair from Romania as well.
Yeah, just a couple hundred metres for them to go, and that means it's a great race so far for Toby Schroeder and Aidan Thompson of Great Britain leading out, and we've got alongside them Romania putting a good showing in the pairs just ahead of Germany. So that's the 3 pairs running order. Great Britain double look to be ahead of the German pair, which is a good showing for them. And then, of course, not too far astern, we've got Flo Donald and Rebecca Edwards in the GB women's pair on the grandstand side.
Ja, tale tekma, v kateri so združeni tri tekme, se počasi zaključuje. Prva v cilju pa tamle na progi 2.
So that's all the boats across the line. Great Britain pair ahead of Romania and then Germany in the pairs. And then, of course, Great Britain's double coming in 4th. Obviously separate boat categories, so not really a ranking against each other. Shortly followed by the GB women's pair. Next race on the course, just getting themselves lined up at the start, is the first of the two repêchages for the lightweight men's doubles. We've got the 6 boats lined up. Austria in lane 1, that's Hulch and Rutman. We've then got Gok and Kakmak for Turkey in lane 2. Simonek and Vrashtel for the Czech Republic in lane 3. Hortopombo and Caracedo Ferrero for Spain in lane 4. Flockhart and Jones for Great Britain in 5. And Hagemann and Modest for Denmark in lane 6.
Takole zdaj pa se začenjajo repasaži za lahke moške dvojne dvojce. Prva tekma, v kateri je 6 posadk, in sicer na progi 1 avstrijska, na progi 2 turška, na progi 3 češka, na progi 4 Španija, na progi 5 je Velika Britanija in na progi 6 Danska. Prva 3 mesta vodijo v polfinale, 4. mesto in pa potem naprej pa v finale C.
There we have it. We're underway with the first repêchage of not only the day, but the European Rowing Championships for 2023. It's the repêchage number 1 of 2 for the lightweight men's double sculls. I've already taken you through who's taking part. They're just going through the first 50 metres. Impressive ratings we're seeing here. Czech Republic, Spain and Denmark up to 51 strokes a minute, looking to try and get that early advantage and secure one of just 3 places into the AB semi-final. So in this 6-boat race, the first 3 will go through to the AB semi-final and the rest will go through the C final, where they'll contend for places 13 through 18 in the European Rowing Championship rankings. Now that we see them start to settle into their race rhythm, Czech Republic striding down to 40. They're the early leaders, not by much though, only a few centimetres, because Austria, Spain and Austria, Spain pretty much level with them at the front of the field. So they're trading places for the leadership of this race as we come through 300.
Takole se začenja prvi repasaž, torej imamo avstrijsko, turško, češko, špansko, britansko in pa dansko posadko. Zaenkrat so še precej poravnane v rahli prednosti češka posadka, torej veslača Simanek in pa Vrastil.
Coming out towards 500 metres, Czech Republic starting to establish that lead. Not by much, though. It's about a canvas separating them from currently tied second place, Spain and Austria. We then go a little bit further back, half a length down. We see Great Britain in fourth, just out of the places into the AB semi-final. Not by much, though, is under a second separating them. That's the dividing line we'll be looking at for places through to the AB semi. And then we can see that Turkey is currently in fifth. Only a smidgen ahead of Denmark, currently riding in sixth. So a much tighter race than one might have expected in this repechage, but all to play for now. They'll be giving it absolutely everything to try and make sure they get into that AB semi-final. And when you're in the AB semi-final, you know you're in the top 12 in Europe with regards to your boat class. And here, this is the lightweight men's double. So they're coming up towards sight of Camilla, who's back out there on the catamaran in this gorgeous sunshine. And Crew's now going through 750. Czech Republic look to be settling into quite a good rhythm here, Camilla.
Yeah, they do. And I think it was a bit of a surprise to see Simanek and Vrastil having to contest the repechage. They've been on fine form. They had that amazing performance at the final Olympic qualification regatta back in 2021 to clinch a spot at the Tokyo Games. But here they find themselves in the repechage. But some consolidation there, leading that currently ahead of Spain, who sit neatly in second position. As you've already mentioned, Pete, the top three to go through to the AB semi-finals, and we're drawing that line currently on the stern of Austria, who sit in third place. But Great Britain still, they're in fourth, trying to pester them for that third position, and we're going to hit the 1,000-metre marker in 2 strokes here for the Czech Republic. They go through 3/4 of a length up on Spain. It's then Austria a length back in that third position, an overlap for Great Britain. The bow ball of the GB crew sits currently on the strokeman of the Austrian crew, on Paul Ruttmann. Then at the back of the field, well, not too far back, in fact, just a length separating that 4th, 5th and 6th, with the Danish and Turkey all still, I'd say, within contention to move up into third. But as it stands, great performance here in the first 3/4 of the race by Simanek and Vrastil of the Czech Republic. It's then Spain who continue to maintain that overlap. Austria in the hot seat here against Great Britain for the third and final spot through to the AB semi-finals. And as we move through gorgeous conditions, but the hottest conditions of the day so far, really tough racing out here on the water in the midday sunshine. And they're coming into view of Richie now at 1,500.
Thanks, Camilla. So not much has changed in the last 500 metres. Crew that we're watching is GB to see if they can get back into contention. Of course, just 3 spots available here, so the crews are going to have to race it like it is their final, because if they can't move on, they won't advance into the next round of the semi-final races. So I'm sure the crews back and forth at the 5th and 6th are going to be pushing on here because they don't want the regatta to end with this last race. Just coming through 500, it's still the Czech Republic leading it out. They've about just about a length lead ahead of the crew from Spain in second place at the moment. Then it is GB have now moved in, so that's good news for the GB supporters. Have now moved in ahead of Denmark and ahead of Austria as well. Austria had that 3rd spot and they'll need to come back. So Denmark and Austria still in contention here to get in that semi-final by putting pressure on GB. But a really nice last few hundred metres from GB, seeing them move into 3rd qualifying spot now, just with the finish line in sight. They'll hear a bit of encouragement from the enclosure as they come into view for you, Pete. Czech Republic looking good, Spain going with them. Can GB hold on to that 3rd qualifying spot?
Yeah, pressure's on. There's not much separating them. It's a canvas to half a length, with GB just out in front of Austria and Denmark. Denmark making the better of this push towards the line now, though. They've gone up to 41 strokes a minute to try and really squeeze in to that third place. Alexander Modest, Christian Hagemann doing everything they can as they draw level with Great Britain, who have had to pump up the rating to 45 to just try and maintain terms with this fast-moving Danish boat.
Ja, 3 vstopnice vodijo le v polfinale in borba za te 3 vstopnice se res začenja zdaj le v teh zadnjih zaveslajih. Čeha in pa tudi Španca sta ves čas v ospredju, v ozadju pa bitka za še zadnjo, tretjo vstopnico. Kdo jo bo dobil?
Here we go then, the Czech Republic are under a lot of pressure, and across the line the Czech Republic hold on to it by a matter of centimetres on Spain, and then it is Denmark who take third place, just under half a length ahead of Great Britain over the line. So Great Britain lead the way into the C final, where they'll be joined by Austria crossing the line for 5th, and then 6th place Turkey. They will also go through to the C final. So the 1, 2, 3 from this is Czech Republic, Spain and Denmark go through to the AB semi-final.
Torej, izredno zanimiv dvoboj v spredju med Čehi in pa Španci. Zgolj 13 stotink sekunde je ločilo ti dve posadki, ampak obe dve sta zanesljivo tudi v polfinalu. No, tam se jima pridružuje na koncu Danska, ki je uspela ugnati ostale posadke in si priboriti še to tretjo vstopnico v polfinale.
We're going to move quickly on to the last race of day one here at the 2023 European Rowing Championships. It's the second repechage for the lightweight men's doubles. We're going to find out who's joining the Czech Republic, Spain and Denmark in those AB semi-finals. Here we've got Koppel and Loth for Estonia in lane 1, Leerkamp and Rommelmann for Germany in lane 2, the Duarte Costa brothers from Portugal in 3, Benske and Tjøme for Norway in lane 4, and Colpert and Van Zandvega for Belgium in lane 5.
Pa poglejmo, kakšen bo razplet še drugega repasaža lahkih moških dvojnih dvojcev. Imamo 5 posadk, Estonija na progi 1, na progi 2 je Nemčija, na progi 3 Portugalska, potem imamo Norveško na progi 4 in na progi 5 potem še Belgijo.
Well, they're coming out through 800 metres in, and Germany are out in front by a length or so, but it is nothing to split the trailing crews behind them. Estonia, Portugal and Belgium pretty much level, and only a canvas behind them are Norway. So, Camilla, you're going to have to help us split this one out.
An absolutely classic lightweight men's double race, hey? Nothing to split the trailing crews behind Germany. Great to see another German lightweight double back on the up and up again after that amazing silver medal that the crew got in Tokyo. Different lineup here though. Rommelmann and Leerkamp now lead by 1 length going through the 1,000-metre marker. It's the Duarte Costa brothers of Portugal that sit in 2nd place, but my word, the race for 3rd really is on. Belgium just a whisker ahead of Norway, who in turn are just millimetres ahead of Estonia. This is a real lineup for that 3rd and final spot through to the AB semi-finals, and as we've said, so important because it halts your progress, it halts your ranking through the regatta if you can't progress through to that next knockout stage of competition. So it's still, in fact, the Germans leading the way. It's then Portugal a length behind, and Portugal then have just 3/4 of a length ahead of this fight between Belgium, Norway and Estonia. But the Norwegians have decided they've had enough. Benske and Tjøme go. They take the rating up to 40 at 12:50 gone. Surely this is not maintainable, but hey, we've seen stranger things yet. They start to try and shake off the Belgians, who remain calm at 37 strokes a minute. The Estonians also down at 36. But Richie, look at this turn of speed here from the Norwegians. They're still at 40 strokes a minute.
Unbelievable how high these rates get in the doubles. We see that in many of the races that we've seen earlier this morning as well. Such a competitive class of racing, and we can see here just 3 crews to qualify, and there's 4 of the crews in contention. The only crew at the moment I think not in contention is Estonia. They're some way off the pace, coming through 500 to go, and leading it out it is going to be in lane 2 the Germans, just about a boat length ahead of the crew then from from Portugal, who are neck and neck with the crew from Norway. Very little between them. Out on the far side, Belgium in fourth at the moment, and as I mentioned, Estonia then back in fifth place, nearest to the Finnish tower. Last race of the day here, and it's the last chance saloon as well for the crews. 3 crews to qualify, so one of these leading crews here. Germany looking good so far. It's between Portugal, Norway, to see if they can secure the other spots. Belgium doing their very best to get back into contention for their 3rd qualifying spot. They'll be coming into view now. You can see, Pete, the wind has picked up a little bit here in the centre of the course, so we'll have pushed them on, so we're expecting fast times here in the lightweight double, but it looks good for the Germans, all about who'll get that final qualifying spot.
Yeah, I tell you what, that middle 1,000 was really exciting and really interesting as well. Norway have come back from 5th at 500, now to 2nd and contesting for the lead in this repechage. That shows a real depth of power from Bensk and Tjörm, who may well push and row through Germany's Leerkamp and Rommelmann. And sandwiched between them, you've got the Duarte Costa brothers from Portugal, who are up there with matched boat speed, despite underrating the boats on either side of them by 3 pips.
Zanimiv troboj se nam obeta v teh zadnjih zaveslajih. Nemca sicer vse čas v vodstvu po progi, ampak tudi tamle Norvežana in pa Portugalca se ne data. Zdaj le dvoboj med Nemci in Norvežani. Kdo bo hitrejši, vse kaže na Nemce.
So Germany cross the line ahead of Norway and then Portugal. That's the 1, 2, 3. They go through to the AB semi-final. Great race from Belgium's Colpeert and Van Zandwege. They'll go through to the C final, where they'll also be joined by Estonia. That C final taking place tomorrow afternoon at 3:10. So that will be the first final we can look forward to here at the 2023 European Rowing Championships.
Torej, jutri se nam obeta seveda tudi finale lahkih moških dvojnih dvojcev ob 15:10. Sicer pa začnemo tako kot danes z dopoldanskimi predtekmovanji in pa potem še repasažnim delom v dopoldanskem delu, popoldne pa že s prvimi polfinali in pa seveda tudi s finali v konkurenci lahkih moških dvojnih dvojcev. Takole, spoštovane, spoštovani, prvi dan Evropskega prvenstva v veslanju je takole za nami. Še 3 čudoviti dnevi se nam obetajo tukaj na Bledu v družbi najboljših evropskih veslačic in pa veslačev. Jutri, kot rečeno, začnemo ob 9. Najprej z 2 predtekmovanjima, potem pa sledijo ob 9:15 repasažni boji, vse tja do 12. ure. Ob 15. Potem začnemo še s polfinali, najprej lahki moški dvojni dvojci. Ob 15:10 bomo spremljali tudi finale C za lahke moške dvojne dvojce, potem pa polfinala C in D še za moške dvojce in pa moške enojce.
Well, folks, what a day of racing here on day one of the 2023 European Rowing Championships. It's great to see such a good entry from all of the nations taking part, looking to get themselves at the top of the podium for the championships. And we've seen nearly all of the heats. Just 2 heats remain, which we can look forward to tomorrow morning. Our programme of racing starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. with the first heat of the day for the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4, followed by the preliminary race for the women's 8. So those are both preliminary racers looking to race for lanes when it comes to their A finals. We then got a big block of repechages up until nearly midday, and we break for lunch at midday and then come back and reconvene for the first semi-finals of the competition, where we've got the AB semi-finals for the lightweight men's double at 3 o'clock. And then we've got the C final and some CD semi-finals. And then we wrap up our day tomorrow shortly after 3:30 in the afternoon. So a great day to look forward to tomorrow. Hopefully the weather remains just as it is today, because it's beautiful sunshine out there. It's quite warm, but you look out on that water and it is absolutely perfect rowing conditions. So fingers crossed we have exactly the same as that for tomorrow. And while I've got you, I think it's worth putting out a huge thank you to all of the volunteers and officials who, through the course of today, have made it a really fun day of racing, and I know will help to make it the success that it's been so far for the rest of the weekend. So thank you to all of the amazing volunteers here on the side of Lake Bled. Thank you to all the officials for helping to make sure things run as smoothly as they have been. It's been an absolute pleasure to enjoy day one of racing with you all. Hopefully see you tomorrow. My name's Peter O'Hanlon. I've been your English-speaking tower announcer through the course of today. Joining me up here has been my Slovenian co-commentator, Natasha Mrak. And then out there on the course, we've had Camilla Hadland-Horrocks at the 1,000 and Brian Ritchie Richardson at 1,500. On behalf of the whole Sports Pres team, we look forward to seeing you back here bright and early tomorrow for the start of racing at 9 o'clock. Enjoy your afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye for now.
Se vidimo torej jutri in že se veselimo novih nastopov veslačic in veslačev. Tako da ste